You all know the timing today is perfect. Everybody's now waiting to see what the list of ministers will be and how the new government will look. If I'm a bit absent the next half hour, I'm still waiting for that call, from the... It must be horrible to sit and wait for that call, really thinking it will come, and it doesn't. It must be a horrible thing. Anyway, I'm very happy that you're here. I'm sure a few of us had to choose to be somewhere else just today. I'm happy to be here. This is a great opportunity to have the most interesting discussion you can have at all. For those of you who doesn't know, I'm the editor at Weekendavisen, a weekly Danish newspaper. I've been working as a journalist the last 30, 40, 100 years, and freedom of speech is really what I do. It's my profession. I was a writer, commentator, correspondent in the Middle East and the US, and this is what I live like. A lot of you guys. Freedom of speech is the most human right, as Heinze says. And I think this expression is so simple and so powerful. In a way, we don't have to add anything else. But we do, because we have systems to monitor other human rights. We talk about them, we monitor them, we regulate them, and so on. And we are quite shaky when it comes to freedom of speech. We have a shaky understanding of it. We tend to disagree on the most basic levels. When Facebook every year asked me to moderate a talk about the regulation of content in Facebook. And we ask the audience, so do you support freedom of speech? Everybody, of course, goes, yeah, of course we do, of course, yeah, we do. And if you ask these well-educated, clever young people if they support, if certain subjects then should be regulated or even banned from being said and written, and they also go, yeah, that can be, it could be necessary. And when you ask them what should be banned, it always turns out to be what they themselves disagree with. It's always stuff that they strongly disagree with. So the pattern, I think, is that freedom of speech is for me, but not necessarily for you. And just one more thing, we're in a very strange and also difficult time right now. After many years of progress, things are sliding the wrong way, as the title of today's discussion indicate. Freedom of speech is on the retreat. At the same time, we see people fighting for this right in Iran and China and the Ukraine and Russia in a way that they haven't been doing for years, because they know that this is the fundamental human right. So this is what we're going to talk about. This place we're in, these years, these months, these days, freedom of speech, what it means, how it stands, and how we can protect it and support it on new platforms. I find nothing more interesting, so I'm happy to be here and not elsewhere. The program, you can see it, it's on your chairs. We have, to begin with, 3 very timely speakers. Then we'll go on to talk about global developments, and then we'll talk about the most difficult challenges, how to defend and regulate freedom of speech on the internet. We are here, as you see, in the Danish Parliament, thanks to Lisbeth, who is here, I think. Lisbeth, hello. Bæk Nielsen, who made this possible by hosting us. Thank you very much, Lisbeth. Practical, toilet outside and upstairs. No eating or drinking except water in here. That's it. First, Mchangama, come up here. Founder and executive director of Justitia, author of several books, most recently Free Speech, a history from Socrates to social media. It's a really wonderful book. Also, Jakob is the host of Clear and Present Danger, a history of free speech. If you haven't heard it, it's really a great podcast. But Jakob, come up here and share what you think.
Yes. Thank you, Martin, and thanks to those of you who were able to ditch your need for political news and be here rather than wait for the announcement of new ministers. I also want to thank Lisbeth Bech-Nielsen from the Socialist People's Party for giving us this platform. Thank you so much. I also want to thank the Templeton Foundation, who have made this possible, Dreyers Fund, and also the Danish Institute for Parties and Democracy, the other Lisbeth, who has also been a supporter of this conference. Now, I just want to give a few brief remarks that try to sort of set the scene on how I see where we are on free speech globally. And I want to start with a bit of a triumph, actually. So this is a picture of Václav Havel, perhaps the greatest dissident ever, at least in my opinion, and one of the architects of the Velvet Revolution, signer of the famous Charter 77 that helped topple communism not only in Czechoslovakia but also in Europe as such. And sort of 4 or 5 months after Havel was released from prison, he was invited to Congress in the US to give a speech. And he had, of course, become president of his country, and he talked about how he had been living under one of the worst totalitarian communist governments in Europe. And then suddenly, I'm speaking to you as the representative of a country that has set out on the road to democracy, a country where there is complete freedom of speech. And this Havel speech in Congress, I think, was a key moment in a golden age for free speech globally. So the fall of communism, the third wave of democratization that saw democracy increase around the world, from Latin America to Eastern Europe, Africa, and so on. And there was a lot of optimism. And what was also important in this era was that democracies were actively promoting the idea of free speech. They were promoting dissidents behind the Iron Curtain, promoting apartheid activists in South Africa, and were really seeing free speech as an important tool for the promotion of democracy and freedom. Another key moment came a few years later when Nelson Mandela became the first democratically elected president in a free and multiracial South Africa. And shortly before assuming the presidency, Mandela gave a speech at the International Press Institute where he thanked international media and human rights organizations for providing a voice to those who had been silenced by apartheid. And it's not a well-known story, but the degree of censorship in apartheid South Africa was really, really staggering. Hate speech laws, for instance, would protect the white minority from being subjected to hatred. Someone like Mandela, of course, was put in prison, but he was also put under bans that banned people from quoting him, banned him from public meetings, and of course, someone like Stephen Biko was tortured to death during apartheid South Africa. But this was another key moment where free speech was really instrumental in shining a critical light on apartheid, providing a voice to those who were silenced within South Africa, and putting pressure on the apartheid regime to give up its cruel and inhuman oppression of the black and colored population. And technology was actually crucial. It was, you had cable TV, you had a much more globalized media environment that helped put these regimes under pressure. And technology was about to get supercharged. So with the internet, and here is really the epitome of Silicon Valley techno-optimist vision of the internet, John Perry Barlow's famous Declaration of the Independence of Cyberspace, which had this vision of a radically decentralized space which would allow anyone anywhere to communicate in real time outside the reach of any government control. So at this point in time, the optimism was great. Free speech, supercharged by technology, would bring freedom and progress and democracy to all corners of the world. Censorship, as we knew it, was consigned to the dust heap of history, and activists were able to say whatever they want. Even into the early 2000s, this optimism was kept up. This is a picture of a then young senator from Illinois called Barack Obama, who pioneered the use of internet and social media for political campaigning. And in 2006, he released a podcast on his blog where he talked about the importance of a neutral internet, and that only because of the internet he could say what he wanted without censorship. And Obama famously won the so-called Facebook generation in 2008 and 2012. It used social media to great effect to energize people, voters who might have been turned off by politics, and that was seen as another great vision of how the online environment, free speech, would mobilize for progress and freedom. However, what happened in the 2000s, and some of these statements, and also the Arab Spring, which also led to a lot of initial optimism, hit that changes were actually happening that were not so progressive. So China, for instance, is a good example. Li Xiaobo, a Nobel laureate, in 2008 emulated or tried to emulate Václav Havel, publishing his Charter 08, which called for human rights and freedom of expression in China. But unlike Havel, Liu Xiaobo ended up in prison, died of cancer, and when he died, the Communist Party of China was in more control than ever before, unlike in Eastern Europe, where communism tumbled and democracy won. And with its Great Firewall, China has really pioneered the reverse engineering of the original promise of the internet by erecting a Great Firewall that has institutionalized censorship and surveillance at a scale unprecedented in human history. And there are more bad news. If we look at the number of journalists imprisoned, we see a huge increase around the world. China is not alone. Egypt is another actor. Turkey, Myanmar, Iran, and Vietnam are among the worst offenders. And we also see that global internet freedom is in decline. So in many ways, China, for instance, has been exporting its version of the Great Firewall to a number of other authoritarian regimes who want to ensure that there can be no rerun of the Arab Spring, for instance. And you see some really worrying numbers. So, for instance, the share of the world's population living in autocracies has risen from 49% in 2011 to 70% in 2021. The number of countries threatening freedom of expression has also risen almost exponentially, as you can see from this data. And what we see is that the autocratizing countries, you see that the bottom bar is declines in free speech. So when you look at the factors that autocratizing countries crack down on, free speech is almost always at the very top. It is the first freedom under attack because autocrats know that you need to control the public sphere to ensure your power and insulate yourself from criticism, dissent, civil society, and political pluralism. And this takes many shapes. India, the world's largest democracy, has seen a huge and worrying downturn, for instance. But we also see a brazenness on parts of both governments, but also extremist movements. So the infamous murder of journalist Kamal Khashoggi is one example. The attacks on Salman Rushdie and Charlie Hebdo, another, an institutionalized form of intolerance. But unfortunately, unlike the days of the third wave of democratization, the 90s, even the 70s and 80s, where democracies really pushed for free speech, for instance, in order to push for democracy in communist states, today, many democratic leaders have begun to view free speech as a threat rather than the foundation for democracy. So you remember the first slide I had of Obama's optimistic speech about the internet in 2006. In 2020, in an interview with The Atlantic, Obama said that now he thought that online disinformation was the single biggest threat to American democracy. Emmanuel Macron, another prominent leader, thinks that extremists and terrorists are much better at using the internet than those who are democrats. So there's this feeling that free speech, especially on social media, is being weaponized against democracy, truth, and tolerance with little democratic accountability. And this leads to real-life consequences. So not only do we see a scope creep in laws restricting free speech, in fact, in this very building, the Danish Parliament, in the last 10 years or so, more laws restricting free speech have been adopted than at any other time since the end of World War II. Most of them are quite innocent compared to what you would see in Russia, to what you would see in Iran, and so on. But the totality of laws restricting free speech over a long period of time is likely to accumulate and erode the culture of free speech, which is, to my mind, essential for a thriving ecosystem of free speech. And I'll get back to the idea of a culture of free speech. But one of the silver linings from a government perspective of centralized social media platforms and the harm, hoaxes, and hatred that you can find on them is that they can be strong-armed to remove illegal or even undesirable content at unprecedented scale without the need for due process and by using increasingly sophisticated automated content moderation to remove millions of pieces of content that governments do not like. And in 2017, Germany adopted its famous NetzDG law, obliging big social media companies to remove manifestly illegal content within 24 hours or risk huge fines. This was a good faith effort by the German government to protect its democracy from hatred and so on due to well-known historical circumstances. The problem with this is that the internet is a global, social media platforms are global, and authoritarians look to democracies and say, well, that's a great idea, Germany. Thank you for creating a blueprint for online censorship. And so what happened was that in Turkey, in Venezuela, in Russia, in more than 20 countries around the world, many of them authoritarian, explicitly referenced the NetzDG and adopted their own versions. These versions were much worse. They didn't have the same rule of law guarantees that the German one had. They are not subject to independent courts and so on. But nonetheless, they provide a degree of legitimacy. They provide whataboutery points to authoritarians who can rebut criticism from democracies and say, well, you have the same kind of laws. At the same time, we see, I think, worrying, I've taken an example here. One is from a COVID protest. It shows French President Emmanuel Macron depicted as Hitler. Now, that's arguably not sophisticated political rhetoric, but the guy who did it was fined 10,000 euros. Now, if this was something that had been done in Turkey or in Russia, I think most of us would condemn it. We would say this is an outrageous crackdown on political speech, whether you think it's too crass, goes too far or not. But this is happening in Europe. I've taken these cartoons by a Finnish cartoonist who has poked fun at Erdogan, has poked fun at the theocratic regime in Iran. He was also questioned for hate speech by Finnish authorities. Very worrying developments in democratic Europe. So what can we do to reverse the free speech recession? And I hope we can go into some of these more. So I would argued that we need a new Helsinki movement for the digital age. Now, the Helsinki movement was, in the 1970s, the movement that was critical in legitimizing free speech, spreading free speech to communist states, providing legitimacy to people like Havel and others, and that helped create cracks in the Iron Curtain. We need democratic governments to stand up for robust and principled free speech standards both at home and abroad. We need to create awareness that the values of free speech and equality are mutually reinforcing rather than mutually exclusive, and that free speech is a shield protecting, not a weapon aimed at vulnerable groups and minorities. And we need citizens, those of us who actually enjoy free speech, to realize that free speech can never be taken for granted, and that once you become complacent, free speech entropy will erode hard-won freedoms. Think about it today. I mean, we're standing in Parliament. I've already said critical things about my government. I've said critical things about a number of other governments. Right now, I'm exercising my right to free speech, but we don't think of it as exercising free speech because we're in Denmark and I take it for granted. But there are hundreds of other countries where if I said some of the things that I said today, I would be picked up when I left the building or even before, and I would be disappeared into some dark prison. But I am exercising my right to free speech, and that should not be taken for granted, because it cannot be taken for granted. And go back to the years before 1849, that's when we got the Constitution and protection of free speech in Denmark. But there have been horrible examples of violations of free speech even in this countries. And then we also have to accept that free speech comes with harms and costs. Yes, free speech can be ugly. Free speech can sometimes lead to negative consequences. But from a historical point of view, the benefits have dramatically outweighed the harms. And we also need to realize that restricting free speech has too often been a cure worse than the disease. In fact, as Eric will expand upon, it is my view that free speech is the most important right. And all these seminal figures that you see here who have fought for the rights of women, racial minorities, religious minorities, have all used free speech, appealed to free speech as a principle, and all those who oppressed them have relied on censorship and repression as the primary tool for keeping them subjected. So finally, coming back to this idea of a culture of free speech, I think that George Orwell said it better than most. He says that the point is that the relative freedom which we enjoy depends on public opinion. If large numbers of people are interested in freedom of speech, there will be freedom of speech, even if the law forbids it. If public opinion is sluggish, inconvenient minorities will be persecuted, even if laws exist to protect them. So that ultimately means that it is up to each and one of us, especially those of us who have the benefit, the luxury of free speech, to not take it for granted, to use it actively, and to defend those who are not so lucky to enjoy free speech, even when our instinct is to say, we don't like that kind of speech, we want it to be removed. Stand up for a principled, robust conception of free speech, both offline and online. Thank you very much.
Let me just one question. Are you too negative? New technology, could we argue, has put us in a place where we are exercising free speech, not just here, around the world, in a way that we didn't dream possible 10 years ago, maybe 8 years ago. It's everywhere, and what you see as a negative development is a quite predictive reaction against it, from regimes, from groups, from institutions. But I mean, this is a story of of the world, isn't it? But the fact is that we are in a much, much better place when it comes to freedom of speech. Look at Iran, look at China. I mean, the people are fighting over it now.
It is certainly true. You could argue that we still live in a golden age, but that it is in decline, I would argue, rather than in ascendancy, and that, you know, you can say things that and have conversations. There are people around the world watching this, streaming this without censorship. So that gives us capabilities that we didn't have before. But the worrying thing is, I think, that at the same time where we build these capabilities, more and more controls are being built into, baked into the system, both corporate and government-like. And I think you're right that it's in certain ways it's sort of history repeating itself. So you have what I call elite panic. You have this reaction every time there's a seismic shift in communications technology. You will have institutional gatekeepers who are worried about the effects. So in 1858, the New York Times would write about the dangers of the telegraph, and thought it was too fast for the truth. You will have pushback against the radio. You would have pushback against TV, and so on. So that's one element of it. But those pushbacks earlier have also led to great harms early on. So the telegraph at one point, you know. The British Empire controlled 60% of traffic and censored the telegraph, and that led to bad results. So I think we have to be vigilant, but it also provides us opportunities that I think will find ways to route around some of the censorship. But if democracies and those enjoying free speech in democracies don't lead the way, if we start internalizing the ideas that free speech is dangerous, needs to be put on control, I think the future looks bleak.
Great. Give Jakob a hand. Thank you very much. Sit down and we'll go to the next speaker. And you'll have the opportunity to ask questions after the third speaker here in the beginning. Monika, come up here. Monika. Bickert joined Facebook back in the good old days, 2012. Monika is Vice President for Content Policy at Meta. It must be a quite exciting job.
It's never boring.
It must be. It can't be boring at all. Before that, Monika worked with the rule of law development, child exploitation, and human trafficking. A degree from Harvard, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Welcome to Copenhagen.
Thank you.
I'll just remove this.
Oh, yes. Thanks. It's so nice to be here with all of you today to address a topic that affects billions of people every day. And it's especially nice to be able to do that in Denmark, a country with such a tradition of focus on freedom of expression. In today's world, you really can't pick up a newspaper without seeing some sort of controversy about online speech. It's COVID misinformation, it's Russian trolls, it's anti-immigrant hate speech, the list goes on. So much controversy, in fact, that it's sometimes easy to forget that on the big questions, democratic governments and tech companies tend to be somewhat aligned. That is, they agree that freedom of expression is important, and they also agree that there are certain types of speech, child sexual exploitation imagery, intellectual property theft. These are areas where companies and democratic governments tend to agree there need to be restrictions. The tension comes in the nuances of how we put those restrictions in place. And specifically with the increasing external pressure that Jacob referenced, we see these tensions grow greater and greater. The past few years have seen unprecedented efforts to revisit the way that tech companies moderate content and to put more pressure on them to remove more speech. This has included boycotts, led by civil society asking advertisers to boycott companies. It's included a swell of regulatory efforts. We're now tracking more than 100 content-focused, speech-focused regulations across the world. And it's included a dramatic rise in requests from government for demands, really. I mean, these are orders that governments give companies to remove content from their site. This is content that the local governments want down, but that does not violate the company's standards. We call those government takedown requests. So just to put this in perspective, in 2019, the first half of 2019, Meta received about 18,000 such requests. In the first half of this year, we received about 90,000 requests. Those are global numbers. But that gives you a sense that the increase in government takedown requests has increased by a factor of 5 in the past 3 years. Now, despite these increased pressures, tech companies tend to be wary of changing their practices to remove more speech. And that perspective is really informed by the tech company's unique knowledge of how changes to the content moderation process will play out in the longer term. And what I mean by that, namely, is the unintended casualties, the unintended speech casualties, removal of legitimate expression that comes when we play at the margins of these content moderation processes. That wariness really comes from two types of concerns that the companies have. And the first is the knowledge of their own limitations when it comes to accurate enforcement. So when you're playing at the margins again, if society deems a certain type of expression illegitimate, and you move that line a little bit, there's going to be, because of the accuracy challenges, legitimate expression that also comes down. And then second, companies know that when they take a step to remove more speech, that at the time, in the immediate situation, may look like it makes good sense, that's going to set a precedent that will stifle legitimate expression in the future, including by authoritarian regimes, and Jacob referred to this, who will look to how democratic societies have acted and say, oh, okay, well, they can do it, we can do it. It has quite a different effect. So we'll get to that second concern later about the precedent setting, but first let's look at a few examples of the types of accuracy challenges that companies will inevitably face. I mean, these are not going to be solved. This is just a reality of moderating content. Even the most developed and well-resourced tech companies face these challenges with content moderation. We've built technical tools at Meta. We've been doing this a long time. We have quite a big engineering team focused on this. And we've built these technical tools, but many of them are still quite blunt. I think about times when our technology has removed legitimate expression, and then we've looked at it and said, oh my gosh, it was a mistake, we have to put it up. During the height of ISIS some years ago, I remember getting a call from one of the terrorism academics that we work with externally, and he said, you've removed one of the major counter-ISIS pages in the Middle East. So of course we put it back up, we'd made a mistake. When we looked at it, our technology had seen ISIS-related commentary and imagery and deemed the page ISIS-related, but the reality was it was satire. It was seeking to discredit ISIS and discourage people from joining it. So even when you have a perfect policy line in place, which doesn't exist, but even if there were a perfect policy line, technology just can't get you all the way there because it may be good at filtering certain words or images, but it's not good at understanding the context. Now, people can do a better job of understanding context, but frankly, we as human beings have our limits too. This is true in the world of misinformation. When you think about misinformation, companies get a lot of demands to remove misinformation or take other action on misinformation, but the reality is there's not a reliable, magical source of truth for companies to consult. At Meta, we part with leading health organizations, safety organizations, more than 80 independent fact-checking organizations around the world. And sometimes even those experts, they can basically review content and then we'll remove it or we'll label it according to our policies. Sometimes even those experts, they don't have an answer. They'll say, we can't rate this, we don't know. Or worse yet, they'll disagree with one another about whether something is true or false. That's partly why we've adopted the nuanced system we have, where we have a system of labels and we'll try to be focused on giving people authoritative information. In many cases, that is our solution. But that's not something that all tech companies can do, and it's certainly none of these systems for treating misinformation are perfect. And even with the more standard policies like hate speech or incitement to violence, even there, the human review forces, they're people. You know, people make mistakes. And as the policies become more complicated, the mistakes go up. That's a reality I've seen in 10 years of doing this. Every layer of nuance that you add to your content policies, you're going to have more enforcement mistakes. And beyond that, it's some of these challenges for reviewers. There is no clear right call. Think about the video of Nighat Sultan, a protester in Iran who was gunned down back in 2009. Or the photograph of Aylan Kurdi, the little Syrian boy who was fleeing his homeland with his family. And there was an image of, after his boat capsized, an image of his poor lifeless body on the beach, this little 3-year-old. Horrific imagery, super important for raising public awareness about what was happening in the world. And so our policies say if that image is shared to raise awareness, we allow it. But we also remove that imagery if somebody is sharing that content to mock the victims or to celebrate what happened to them. Now, that's easy in some cases. If you have the video of Nighat Sultan and the person is saying, I stand with the Iranian people, okay, leave it up. If they're sharing that same video and they've got a laughing emoji, okay, take it down. But there's a whole lot of stuff in the middle there. What do you do with that video if the caption simply says, watch this? Or what do you do if there's no caption at all? So that's the landscape. The technical tools are often blunt, and people are people. They're going to make mistakes, and they just won't have all the context all the time to make the right decisions. Now, this doesn't mean that regulation is necessarily bad. It can be good. It can be good if it helps create the kind of transparency that informs the public debate about what is actually present on these platforms. We see a lot of misconceptions about, for instance, the level of violating speech on these platforms. We started a couple measures. We publish quarterly reports where we talk about this is the amount of content we've removed in each category, and this is the prevalence, meaning we actually go back and look. We do a statistically significant sample, and we say how much of this violating content is actually on the site. You know, those numbers are actually pretty low. And when you hear a lot of the news headlines today, you would think that these sites are awash in hate speech or violence, and it's way less than 0.1% in most cases. And so regulation that actually requires that kind of transparency can bring about more thoughtful regulations. But I mention these challenges with accuracy because if you're a company who's facing regulations that punish you, if you have a certain type of speech, any instances of it that are deemed to be illegitimate by that regulation, well, then you have to move those lines in a way that is necessarily going to take down or stifle legitimate expression. Now, these challenges are also smaller for smaller companies who have fewer resources. We have language coverage in dozens of languages, and we have thousands of content reviewers around the world. Smaller companies don't have that. They may cover content in only 1 or 2 languages. So if regulation forces them to turn up the dials on their policies, on the way that they use scanning, then that means they're going to have to just understand that they're going to be stifling legitimate expression as well. Now, in addition to the fallibility of their systems, the tech companies also worry about the precedents that they set for future speech when they restrict it in an immediate situation. We see this all the time. There's public outcry to remove certain speech. Let's say it's speech about an election, saying that an election was delegitimate. Restricting that speech may be tempting if we believe that the election was fair. But what we know is that civil and political rights around the world are under threat, and many elections are not free and fair. So we have to be careful as democratic societies if we restrict that kind of speech, what precedent that creates for speech under authoritarian regimes or where elections are not free and fair. And unless we want private companies to be making decisions about which elections are free and fair, that's a dangerous line to cross. Another issue that may seem straightforward at first, removing content that breaks a country's laws, even when it doesn't violate a company's policies. And sometimes you can look at that and say, well, this is a disagreement at the margins about what constitutes hate speech. But other times we have countries that ask us to remove speech simply because it criticizes a local government. And when we've created a precedent of using technical tools, as some democratic countries have asked us to do, using technical tools to scan and find and remove content that is locally illegal, just consider the precedent that that creates for authoritarian regimes to do the same thing. So what is the path forward for sensible regulation? First, of course, we need constructive dialogue between governments and tech companies to inform the governments about what's likely to happen with certain regulations if they enact them. Bilateral relationships work here, so do some of the efforts we've seen, like the Global Internet Forum to Counter Terrorism. Next, we need comprehensive frameworks. This is really difficult. It's, of course, easier for governments to act individually, but the more nuance that you inject into the system, the more regulations that different companies have to follow, the more those accuracy challenges, the more those precedent challenges are brought to the forefront. And in terms of substance, the regulation should seek first to inform the public discourse about online speech, such as requiring companies to provide data or putting in accountability measures for the companies to be transparent about their efforts. Without that, regulators are regulated in the dark because they simply won't have the information that they need to understand what speech looks like on these platforms. Finally, we need a clear articulation of any standards or duty of care with carve-outs for good faith moderation efforts. That's the only way to limit the risk of over-censorship. It's a lot to ask. Developing thoughtful regulatory frameworks, it takes a lot of effort, especially with an issue this complicated. But it matters so much for all the reasons that Jacob said. There are many well-intentioned people across the world that want to be part of this discussion. I know many of the people in this room fall into the roles that will lead them to have influence in this conversation. And I'm grateful to be part of that conversation. I hope that, as Jacob said, we can all use our voices to get to a place where freedom of expression is respected online. Thank you.
All right, great. The third speaker this morning is Anastasia Garina. Anastasia, come up here. And welcome to Denmark. Anastasia is the executive director of Memorial, and therefore lives outside Russia right now. Graduated from the Faculty of Law, also in Moscow, at the State University, specializes in criminal law, working with human rights for years, the Russian Committee Against Torture, where you headed the Moscow office. We're delighted to have you here. Please.
Yeah, thank you so much. It's nice to be here, and I'll try to answer the question. I've asked a lot recently. It's something like, how is it possible? How it can be possible? We used to see Russia as a good partner with those, I don't know, fancy restaurants in Moscow and sports victories and so on. I'll try to explain somehow. Spreading of deliberate fabrications, verbal or otherwise, slandering of Soviet political and social system, as well as the preparation or dissemination in written, printed, or other forms of works having such a content was punishable under Article 190 of Russian Soviet Federative Socialist Republic's Criminal Code, granting the violators of this law up to 3 years of imprisonment. In the country with mandatory state ideology of the freedom of speech was forbidden for almost 70 years, up until the last 80s, the beginning of the well-known Gorbachev's glasnost. This word literally means publicity used in sense of openness and widened dissemination of information. It wasn't just the government's permission to talk openly, both individuals and media, about what has been previously forbidden. It's also meant that they won't be prosecuted for doing so. One of the consequences of glasnost was amnesty for those imprisoned for the wars in 1987. The floodgated, previously contained by repressions, have burst. The Soviet Union crumbled, and the next came 90s, the special period of our history, known for its extremely difficult economy situation and great level of criminal activity. But at the same time, there were by the far most free decade in the whole Russian history, starting from the very beginning, from the founder of the state, Rurik. We had an independent media, some elements of system of checks and balances that truly worked. Political pluralism, freedom of embassy, and freedom of speech. However, the time was full of problems that modern Russian, especially those who actually witnessed the 90s, tend to think of them as the dark periods of our history. It is difficult to explain to foreigners, but many of them fail to see that freedom to be the byproducts of 90s, but the true reason of all their hardships. The Putin gained to the power, and the 90s came to an end. His politics was a direct response to many people's expectations to clean up the mess. That means to solve all the problems that society have. Putin, on the other hand, meant something else by promising to fix things. He began to systematically erase all the values of civil society, including anyone and anything independent in the whole country. The high oil prices kept rising. It was $17 for barrel in 1995, and it was 28 USD in the year 2000, and in 2013, it reached 100.5 USD for barrel. So this allowed to create an illusion of economical stability, and as a result, people were loyal to Putin's politics. It is not uncommon for people to confuse that happened after something with the actual consequences of this few leader. A lot of people sincerely supported Putin. Time passed, and the unspoken agreement appeared. The society does not interfere with politics, so that the regime does what it wants, and they get an acceptable economical comfort. The war in Ukraine has put an end to this agreement, which had happened eventually. But the 20 years did allow the repression mechanisms to develop and become well established enough to crack down the society. Of course, there were people during those 20 years that disagreed with the situation, But because the majority supported it, the regime could deal with the opposition and tighten the screws even further. The most violent repressions happened during the last 8 years, having started right after the Revolution of Dignity in Ukraine and annexion of Crimea. The regime acted against independent media, closing them down and prohibiting their activity. The governmental media were under the total control. Non-government organizations were seen as a threat, of course. So their financing from within the country was become extremely difficult. And if an NGO wants to get financial aid from abroad, they were declared by law as foreign agents. This definition granted that organization would receive less help and support within the country, would be easier to prosecute, and had to mark all their products from website to letters, and we still don't have the full list of what we should mark by the sign of a foreign agent. The trick is that this naming, these words also mean a spy, someone who works for other, for the foreign nations against their own. And new legislation was quick to arise. For example, the prohibition of financial aid to the extremist organization. The trick is that it doesn't make much announce that the organization is an extremist one, as long as the government dislikes it. One of those extremist organizations was, for example, well-known anti-corruption foundation led by the opposite politician Alexei Navalny. Another example would be updated legislation about the rehabilitation of Nazism, because it's extremely important for the regime to highlight the war victory in World War II. And due to the constant propaganda, lots of people in Russia, they're confident that Soviet Union was the sole victor of that war. So if anyone says something historical truth about that war, but it goes against the propaganda, that person faces the prison time for up to 5 years. 1.5 years before the full-blown war with Ukraine has started, the regime started the preparation. So we didn't understand that it was a preparation, of course, but finally we did. The independent media were destroyed. Many journalists having to leave the country. We believe that 2 legal entities of Memorial was liquidated by court for the same reasons of preparing to the big war. So we didn't understand it at the time, but on 24th of December of 2022, we finally did. Now Russia is in fact under the military censorship, which cannot be called military censorship, because officially there is no war, only special military operation. The new legislation articles pop up with unusual speed, of course. Now the criminal liability follows for disseminating the false information regarding Russian military forces. If anyone calls on the sanctions towards Russia, it has or just has a negative public opinion about how the government's forces do their job, that's a crime too. In short, the new crimes are all about society criticizing the government's policy and darking to speak up. We even have a new, I love this very much, we even have a new aggravating circumstance, a crime committed on the grounds of political enmity. So it makes you criminal leader, probably, I don't know. So our colleagues from another Russian NGO, Ourveena, have collected the data about almost 20,000 people detained for protesting against war and mobilizations since the beginning of full-blown war. These 367 people have been prosecuted according to new military legislation. A lot of them are incarcerated now and serving their time. Law enforcement agencies will detain people for nearly anything. It's enough to say glory to Ukraine out loud, or complain the letter Z on the wall, or even wear blue and yellow nails. A poet, Artem Kamardin, wrote an anti-war poem. For that, he was tortured, raped, and now he's prosecuted. A municipal deputy, Alexei Gorinov, was convicted for 7 years just for raising a concern about the child art competition being held in Moscow while children in Ukraine are dying. Opposition politician Ilya Yashin has recently convicted for 8.5 years for highlighting the Russian war crimes in Bucha on YouTube, for simply telling the facts that the whole world talks about. In Russia 2022, Meta products, Facebook and Instagram, are forbidden as extremistic media. People are afraid to like posts because they can be incarcerated just for that. Almost all websites that do not conform the official propaganda can only be accessed through VPN. But still, the information finds the way into Russia, semi-legally, bypassing the law, but it does get through. And I think it's extremely important. Propaganda offers a pleasant but totally unrealistic version of reality. And people, even if unwillingly, but start seeing the huge inconsistencies. Sooner or later, even those who still trust the official version of events will have to face the reality and find the true answers. These answers are only possible to comprehend with access of freely distributed, reliable information. Yeah.
Thank you. Please sit down, and Monika and Jakob, come up here. Okay, sit down. I'll just so many interesting points. I'll jump up here. Let me first ask you and Anders and Monika can answer and chip in. Anastasia, the censorship we see in Russia now, is it a sign that Putin is weaker than he was, or is it a sign that he's stronger?
I don't know how to answer because I don't know what the weakness is.
No.
I personally believe that Putin has some mental illnesses, probably. And yeah, I really believe it, because it used to be like, common complaining about, our government,
right,
our president is mad. It happens everywhere. But finally, then he wrote those articles a year and a half ago about Ukraine, and I just saw some parts of the articles because I wasn't strong enough to read the whole one, and at this very moment, I understand that something goes wrong.
Right.
So he's not a rational guy. He's not rational, yeah, and
Right.
that is the problem. So he really believes what he is doing.
Right, and your point was very interestingly that a lot of Russians also believe that it's true, but of course if they are informed or subjected to other versions or the reality that consensus at some point will crumble. Do you think what can we do to make this happen? I mean, is it a good thing that we ban Russian propaganda on Western platforms, or would it be better if we didn't, so we could see what is actually happening? How can we break through this propaganda?
You know, I don't like Russian propaganda, and I think it's influenced not only Russian people, of course. And for example, the trick with our government is that they create the propaganda for common people to make them believe what the government wants them to believe. And finally, the government itself believes its own propaganda. And it's kind of impossible thing, but it is. We can see that many, of course, there are some rational people still there, but most of our government, we just see that they really believe what they're telling, and because it's a pleasant way to believe that everything is good, we are winning, that we are good guys, not the bad one, and no one is suffering, no one is dying. It's just no one knows what happens. So, but it's something good, glorious things are going on, and that's it.
Monika, Instagram and Facebook is forbidden in Russia. I'm sure a lot of parents here would think, how do they do that? Interesting. No, but what, in your experience, when this happens, what can Western-based technology platforms do to break through the censorship in a country like Russia?
Well, it's one of the challenges is it is often hard to break through, and we are banned there. But I would say some of the challenges around speech on that topic aren't just confined to the Russian limitations. We've seen a number of government takedown requests outside of Russia that have been focused on Russian narratives, Russian propaganda, and there's a lot that we do to ensure that people can recognize propaganda for what it is. If an account is false, if somebody is pretending to be, let's say you have a Russian account holder who's running political ads trying to pretend they're American or Danish or something like that, if we can identify that an account is misrepresenting who it is, it would come down. We have unprecedented levels of transparency that we require in political ads. And we label content from state media. And then, of course, we work with the fact checkers I mentioned earlier to label and reduce the visibility of misinformation. But when you get government requests to remove content, interestingly, some of those requests that we got were around Russian propaganda. Some of them were focused on speech against democratic governments based on issues stemming from the war in Ukraine.
Right.
So there's a stifling of speech in Russia by restricting access to these apps, but it actually goes much broader than that. And the stifling of speech happens in countries in democratic Europe as well.
That leads me to the question both you and Jakob was talking about this, the precedent issue, that the stifling of, or the laws against, measures against freedom of speech on especially tech platforms in Western democratic countries in a way is used as an argument in authoritarian regimes. Is that really so? Do we know that it works like that? I know this is what they're saying, but wouldn't they anyhow do whatever they would do in order to, you know, to stifle freedom of expression in Iran, China, Russia?
Of course they would. So censorship is part of the DNA of authoritarian regimes. So sure they would, but it gives them legitimacy. So, for instance, when the European Union adopted a regulation banning state-sponsored Russian propaganda, and even to the extent that enforcement requires within the European Union social media platforms to remove content from such platforms. The spokesperson for the Kremlin, Peskov, is he called Denis Peskov, said that, oh, look at the Europeans, they're selling out their own values, we will certainly retaliate, and so can use that to justify it. And it also just makes it much more difficult to have the bright lines that you want between free speech standards in democracies and authoritarian states if it becomes a question of saying, yes, we have these laws against propaganda, but our understanding of propaganda is right and you're wrong. In other words, because we're an open democracy, we have the right to censor, but because you're an authoritarian, you shouldn't be censoring. I mean,
right.
that to me is a completely incoherent argument. So you have to suffer that. And I also think that it really shows a weakness on the part of democracies. Do we really believe, for instance, in Denmark, that Danes, if we believe that Danes are going to be so affected by Russian propaganda that a critical mass of the Danish population is going to be Putin fans, then, you know, we might as well close this building, because then, you know, we vote on the basis of access to information on political ideas. If you can't trust the ordinary citizen in a free and open democracy to be able, or a critical mass of them, to be able to sift through propaganda, then the whole basis of democracy really comes tumbling down. And I think, you know, I think it's been great for me. I follow Julia Davis, who runs the Russian Media Monitor. She translates these clips on YouTube of the insane Russian propaganda, you know, everything from calls to genocide to blatant lies. I think it gives a great window into what's going on at levels of Russian. And we want to know that, I think, in the West and all around the world, to see the crazy ideas that are being circulated. And ironically, some of these videos on YouTube have been removed, and they've been removed due to pressure from the EU.
Let's just hear what Monika. Sorry, Anastasia thinks of this, and also Monika afterwards. We should be able to watch Putin's propaganda in order to understand what's going on. It's better for us. It educates us in a way. What do you think?
Anyway, it's not as easy to prohibit information. Putin government tries to, but they still haven't succeeded. So I think the point is to pay attention to the propaganda. And because, for example, I personally, I didn't take it seriously in 2014. I saw. I'm not really a TV fan, so I don't see it. And I saw some news programs those days, and I saw, oh, it's terrible. It's kind of a weird things. And I thought it's something about, you know, people, there are some movies for people who believe in UFO, for example, and they have their audience, and it was something like that. No sense, no rational there. It's just, I don't know. Every people, every person on Maidan are drug addict, for example. And it's like, oh, look at them, they use drugs. Come on, it's what is it? Just common people on the square. And I saw it with my own eyes, of course, and it's unbelievable. How can people believe some weird things, really weird? And so I didn't take it seriously, but it was a mistake, my mistake, for example. And many people made the same mistake. Then they just think, okay, Russian propaganda, they took something that obviously cannot be truth. And every people will understand that it's not the truth, probably some that are not very clever.
But do you think Russian state propaganda should be banned on Western platforms?
I don't think it should be banned, but if you have Russian propaganda, you should argue with it.
Right.
You should make another point of view,
Right.
and not just, okay, let it be, and, and people will understand where is the truth. They won't, probably, if they see that.
Monika?
Yes, and I agree. We want a lot of transparency. I mean, the measures that we have in place are designed to make sure that people know who's actually doing the speaking. But again, and this is sort of what I was referring to in my remarks earlier, if you say, well, it's okay to restrict Russian propaganda beyond just labeling it, but we want to make sure we're removing any Russian propaganda. Let's say that that's your policy. The accuracy challenges there and the precedents that you set, that means that you're going to be removing content that is, and that we saw government takedown requests that were that were to remove speech made by citizens outside of Russia, European citizens outside of Russia, that were criticizing European governments outside of Russia. And we saw those takedown requests marked as being related to the war in Russia. So
How do you respond to that?
we push back on a request to remove content where it is political speech, and we do that both by pushing back legally by saying we don't think that this speech is actually unlawful in your country, and so we want further justification, and sometimes countries will actually withdraw the request. Right. But I will say the other thing, when we have, you asked, are we really creating precedents when the democratic regimes really create precedents for authoritarian regimes, or would they do it anyway? Maybe they would, but there's a lot that's beyond the substance. There's a lot that's process-focused when you're talking about government censorship requests to tech companies. For instance, the difference between here's a court order saying that this speech is illegal in whatever democracy, please remove it, is different than you need to use your tools to do an automated scan through your site for this content, or you need to store data locally so that we can ensure that you will remove this content, or we will impose criminal liability on the directors of your company if you fail to remove something as illegal. That sort of provision, when it is imported into an authoritarian regime, I mean, it should give us pause anyway, but when it's imported into an authoritarian regime, it's especially scary for expression.
Right. And in your view, how much of this is going on right now, the backlash from Western restrictions?
I think it's difficult to quantify, but I think there is a marked difference in how democracies talk about free speech compared to earlier times, the golden age that I mentioned, right. And I think that shows that the culture of free speech is in erosion, both among democracies, but also I think a lot of citizens probably also have become more skeptical, just because extreme speech is amplified. But also I think very often, you mentioned this, Monika, that's a good example. So when the whole Russian disinformation was running in the US in 2018, and Mark Zuckerberg was dragged before Congress, the New York Times ran this front page about a Russian-sponsored ad about Hillary Clinton being compared to Satan. And it was sort of seen, this is something that would have influenced the election. It was something like 14 persons in the US that had actually clicked on it and viewed it. So there's this amplification of the potential harms. Right. Like there are harms, but we need to keep some kind of perspective. And I think we have a tendency as human beings to focus narrowly and obsessively on the dark sides and take the benefits for granted.
Let me just take this and put it into the last question, and then a coffee break. Monika, I mean, if you just put it very bluntly, there are two camps. One thing that you are going too far in content moderation, and the other camp saying you're not doing enough. Where is Meta? Where would you be yourself right now?
Look, when I spoke about the lines being imperfect, there are times when I get reports every day from my team on the kind of content that they are seeing come up through the content review channels. And every day there are instances where we say, oh gosh, this was something that was removed that shouldn't have been, or this is something that that wasn't removed that should have been. So none of these lines are perfect. The enforcement is not perfect. I think what we can do is try to shed transparency on it. Like Jacob said, sometimes there's just people don't understand how small the prevalence of the bad content is. There's a tendency to really sort of latch onto and exaggerate that. One thing that we've tried to do is create external measures for accountability. So not only do we publish those numbers, but we also have the Oversight Board, and there's actually a member of the Oversight Board who's speaking later today. If you've tracked those opinions, they have, and she of course can speak to them, but they have mostly, to the extent that they have overruled Facebook's decisions, Meta's decisions, they've been on the side of you need to restore this content, put more content up. Look, I can say it's a thoughtful process that we go through to draw these lines. We talk to experts all over the world, but at the margins, you know, these will continue to be tricky calls. I think by having groups like the Oversight Board and by publishing the numbers that we publish, we can hopefully inform you know, the public debate on this. Those are the same people that we engage with as we continue to refine those lines.
Okay. We're out of time. Guys, thanks so much for your presentations and your remarks. Give all the three of them a big hand. Thank you very much. Thanks. Coffee, and see you here in half an hour. All right. We'll now start again, and we'll jump into our first session about global developments, which really is the main theme of this day, the recession of free expression, free speech. We have 3 presentations, and after that, a panel and a discussion also with you. Our first speaker is Galina Arapova. Galina, are you? Yeah, you're just here. Welcome to Copenhagen, Galina. Galina, we were just talking about the questionable honor of being designated a foreign agent in Russia. You are actually. We are pleased to have a real foreign agent from Russia here with us. Galina is a media lawyer working in the field of freedom of expression, freedom of information. You've been doing this for many years.
26.
Yes. Director and senior media lawyer at the Mass Media Defense Center. You really have defended many Russian newspapers and media outlets, including Novaya Gazeta and Kommersant, very important publications. Pleased to have you here. Go on.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for inviting. It's a pleasure to be here, and I'll try to be specific when I talk, and I will try also to leave some room for questions, because I think that's important, not just to give lectures, but to have a dialogue. So, as it was said as an introduction, I'm a media lawyer. I'm a practicing media lawyer in Russia. For the last 26 years, I've been director of the only Russian NGO that works on media freedom and provides legal assistance and legal defense to journalists, media outlets, and bloggers, and now for those who exercise the freedom of expression and unfortunately are pressured for that. My organization provides legal assistance to journalists, both who are in the country now and who have to practice journalism in exile. And this is the new situation for all of us, and I probably will start from that. As Anastasia already said, we are living in a time of informal military censorship, which is legally based on the new legislation. And the situation with the war have changed the status quo, which was within the country, could be formulated that the society is not engaged in political activities, and the government is creating some kind of stability and quiet life, not wealthy, because majority of population is extremely poor, and the gap between elite and the authorities and those who actually, like regular citizens, the gap is huge. And those who are supporters now, though they are mainly the poorest population, which have never been outside the country, which have rarely even traveled to Moscow, because according to statistics, only 19% of Russian population has travel passports, meaning that they can actually travel abroad. Only 2% had ever had Schengen visas. So we deal with people who have never seen how life is outside Russia. And if they live in rural area somewhere in Siberia, they haven't even seen how Moscow lives. And Moscow is like a very wealthy, cosmopolitan, very comfortable, digitalized, and like with all possible services city. And of course, for people from like a little village in Far East or South Russia, it's like different world, different country. Sometimes they even say, so I'm going to Russia, when they speak from Dagestan or from Vladivostok, from Far East. And that tells a lot about the country. And that kind of status quo was for years, so the federal government didn't put pressure on regular people. They have not been repressed. And those who are like independent media and stuff, for regular people, that was not quite, clear what was happening. They didn't see that picture in the television. So, and basically, we lived kind of like in a parallel realities, and government created their own one for themselves. As my colleague already said, they created this informational bubble and of propaganda, and they trusted it. And the decisions which were made this year basically were made out of this false propaganda bubble. And the rationale behind it is totally false just because it was created for years. And unfortunately, those people who make decisions, they trusted the propaganda they created for themselves and for the general public. So we are in a historical moment when we have to somehow understand, analyze that, and change it. So that's my starting point for the global development. As we talk about the global development in media, I think it's important to understand that it's not that simple to change the situation now, because it's in such a crisis on different levels. It's not just about media, it's not just about the legislation, it's not just about international relations. Like many things are jeopardized now. And as many Russian media have been blocked in Russia, as the war started, the crackdown was a bit earlier than 24th of February, I would say, because in media field, the moment when Russian authorities started to target independent media with blocking them, with designating them as foreign agents. That was a bit earlier, like in my life, in my work area. This crackdown was a couple years ago when it was clearly, the situation was in such a crisis that media were thinking how to proceed, how to actually work in very hostile environment, not just political environment, but also legal environment. So we've been meeting with independent media every half a year to discuss, to create some kind of like understanding, to develop some kind of understanding and strategies how to deliver information, independent information to general public, and how we lawyers can actually support journalists who are in trouble, because they became the work they've been doing, it was always targeted for the last like 15 years. So situation is in crisis not right now. It's been developing for a decade at least. But now it's in a situation when 250 independent media have been blocked just within 3 first weeks of war. They had to relocate because of rapid change of legislation. Just within a few days, Russian government, Russian parliament introduced laws that provided them a tool to put in prison up to 15 years people for covering the war, calling the war that name, like the war, then discrediting Russian forces, armed forces, for international cooperation. Like for us, Russian citizens, even talking in Danish parliament is a criminal offense. So it's like up to 8 years of imprisonment for international, confidential international cooperation. So, and many other things. And journalists, when they've been seeing all these negative developments in regulation, they've been ready to cope with high fines. They've been trying to go around some content restrictions. They taught themselves how to talk to the audience using synonyms, words that would clearly give understanding what they want to talk about, but not to jeopardize the content, and so the website or social media platform would not be blocked by authorities. So they taught themselves this language which clearly would deliver the right content. But even that was jeopardized in March and February, because if you continue practice journalism with high professional standards, that is already not just the blocking of your media. It's up to 15 years of imprisonment. That's why they had to just pack themselves, families, and leave the country. So we assessed the number of journalists who are now working from relocation for up to 1,000 journalists from independent Russian media. And why I'm saying that? Because it's not a migration. They work from exile, but they don't ask for asylum. They are still working for the audience in Russia because they have to talk to Russian people. They have to deliver independent information, and they're facing so many problems because they are not wanted. They actually wanted in Russia, right? So they are not welcomed in Russia. So they chased outside the country. They are under criminal investigations. They are under international wanted list of Interpol. Journalists, like we have dozens of journalists who are under criminal cases just for reporting, and they don't feel themselves secure in other countries of relocation. This is another problem that we face now, and this is just not a problem for Russian journalists, also for Belarusian journalists, for journalists from Afghanistan, from Syria. So it's a general trend that journalism in exile is not easy, and we have to deal with that. We somehow have to find a solution how journalists who are relocated from the countries of their origin and still continuing the reporting for their home countries, how they can actually operate safely from different jurisdictions. So we see that, as an example, TV Rain, independent Russian television Dozht. In English, it's called train. So they relocated to Latvia. And you might have heard that a few days ago, Latvian National Council on Broadcasting Media, they withdrew the license of Dost for 3 violations. The first one was that they called in one of the reportings Russian army, our army, and the Latvian National Council considered that as misinformation for the national public, meaning that Russian journalists who are saying our army mean that parts of Russian military forces are part of Latvian army. Because if you report from Riga, it means that our army is our Latvian army. And this is actually a reporting in Russian language for the Russian audience by Russian national media in exile. So that was one of the mistakes, which was a legal ground for withdrawal of license. And the other one was that they did not have a chance, well, they didn't really have a proper time, because they just started in July, to subtitle all the programs in Latvian language. Because again, this is actually the content aimed on Russian audience. So they actually have to report for the Russian audience. And subtitling the television into a national language they report from, it's a very difficult and costly task, and it takes time. So within 2 days, the license was withdrawn on that basis. So this is another issue. Coming back to the question which was asked by someone, by the moderator, I think, to Anastasia, would that help to ban Russian national propaganda? I firmly believe it's not the right approach, and we discussed that on many platforms, in many occasions, because each time European Union or elsewhere, like United States, would ban Russian RT, for instance, or Sputnik, each time that would end the story of independent media, some independent media in Russia, because the Russian authorities reply like, look, this is something, this is the proof that we're not welcomed, they don't like us, this and that, and they violate their own rules, they're against media, we're reporting based on local legislation and based on legal license, and they banned us. So in reply, they banned something like a local independent Russian media or independent foreign media, like that was the reply to Germany on refusal to license RT in Germany in February. So the next day, Deutsche Welle was sent out of the country. The license was withdrawn. They had to give back accreditation cards, and bureau was closed. So that each time it's like a symmetric reply, which only makes the situation worse. So the general developments, as I see them, I gave you a few examples of what is happening, but general developments, just as a overall view and to sum up my short intervention, I think that we are in a situation when we have to just internationally between different actors to find a solution how to support free flow of information and free media, even when they are jeopardized and targeted and thrown out of their own countries. Because if they will not be able to settle down and work in shelter in some safe jurisdiction, relying on standard and understandable regulation and supported by the community, they won't be able to deliver the truth and independent information to their homeland, to their general public in the country which is totally under propaganda television. So this is something that is a very difficult task. Another issue that is actually, and I'm pleased to say that Russian independent media even though it's chased out of the country and works mainly from relocation from 15+ jurisdictions. They collaborate between each other. They are probably strongest as ever, even if it might sound strange, but they are really strong now because they are not afraid anymore. They outside the country, even though they are still at risk because they can be targeted under criminal law, because they still produce content in Russian language, they target Russian audience, and they are Russian citizens. But they are actually free now because they are outside the country and they can not expect search in their house at 6 o'clock in the morning every day. So, but they have to have some kind of like reasonable support to continue their work. And they collaborate between themselves. There is no competition anymore between media because the advertisement market is totally gone. There is no advertisement model for independent media in Russia anymore. And that means that they can freely collaborate between each other and also within independent media from different countries. So that's how they publish in collaboration with Der Spiegel, with the New York Times, with Guardian, with other media, which is extremely important because that gives like a broader access to public in different countries. Another clear crisis, which I just will name and I will be happy to elaborate on that later, is a crisis in international justice. Because as a lawyer, I cannot just say how horrible it is to lose access to justice. As Russian journalists and media have lost access to justice in their home country because there is no fair trial, of course, on cases related to freedom of expression and media freedom. But at the same time, we have lost European Court of Human Rights because Russia is no longer a member of Council of Europe, and we still will be able to continue for some time to bring cases to Strasbourg on violations which occurred before September 16th, but that will be like a tale of comet for like a year or two. But then it's only UN Council of Human Rights, UN Human Rights Council, and that will be another crisis because the capacity is not there to absorb that many cases that would come to the United Nations mechanisms with relation to violations committed to Russian Federation, which will put the rest of the countries in a situation when UN Human Rights Committee will be basically paralyzed by the number of cases coming. And so this is something that human rights lawyers are discussing seriously, that some kind of reform is actually needed on international level to secure and to ensure that people whose rights were violated, including in my field, in the area of freedom of expression and media freedom, that has to be somehow secured on international level. Otherwise, it's very difficult to proceed for independent media, understanding that they have no justice, neither in their own country, nor on international level. So that's something that we have to also bear in mind. And the very last point, considering that Monika was here, I don't see her now. So the high-tech giants, these huge platforms, they as intermediaries, the role is so essential now for free speech and free media. And for instance, Russian media, which have been living country, they are considering the dialogue with the society via social media. They can't publish anything online on the website. Well, they can, but the general public will have access to these platforms only via using VPN, which by itself now becomes a danger because there is a first case in Russia where a regular citizen was actually found liable under criminal code, punished for just using VPN for regular, like not for the business, just in everyday life. So this is something that the new way to target people, to stop them reading. So social media, reading and reaching out for independent information. So social media is actually the last platform which is still accessible for people, like Telegram, like Facebook, of course some Russian platforms, but they're totally under control of Russian government. But still, it's still possible. YouTube, of course, is like the main source of information, and that has to be somehow, addressed as well, because these platforms, they stopped monetization of bloggers, Russian bloggers on YouTube, just because of the Russian citizenship. And this is a clear, not just discrimination on a citizenship basis, but it also jeopardizes free flow of information, because all these independent bloggers and media outlets, independent media, they've been using YouTube just as a simple platform for reaching out their audience. And now they cannot support themselves using this mechanism. So this is something that also has to be addressed, the role of intermediaries, the financial sustainability of independent media, the cooperation on international level, international justice, and also the last point, and I'm sorry, I'm taking 30 seconds over my time. The last point, which really bothers me personally, because I was involved in developing the new standards recommendations for the Council of Europe on hate speech, combating hate speech. And those recommendations have been, it was a working group, and I was involved in developing the new standards. And it's a really good set of principles how to combat hate speech in media, in different spheres of life, including social media, education, culture, and all the rest. And it seems that, those recommendations just have passed by the Committee of Ministers and adopted by Committee of Ministers of the Council of Europe in May 2022. And now, it looks like we've done this work for nothing, because the level of hate speech in media, like in general in different countries, is abnormal. It's abnormal. It's so huge. How we can get back to like the previous standards and normality, like the previous European standards, how we can put this language back to what we thought is important and valuable to as like on equality basis and those values of human rights. So now it looks like politically it's a sensitive issue, and all the hate speech, which is like circling around in social media and different countries' media, national media, in different languages, it's not under no control. So it seems that we are facing a new crisis, how we will put new standards and media back to at least situation, pre-war situation. So this is something that we also have to, discuss sometime in the future. So this is my few thoughts about general developments. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. We go for the next speaker immediately. Erik Heinze. Come up here. Erik, Professor of Law and Humanities at the University of London. Erik's two most recent books are about free speech, including the most human right, why free speech is everything. Tell us about it, Erik, and welcome.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. I'd like to thank the organizers for having me here. When the last speaker mentioned people in Vladivostok who say they're going to Russia, reminded me of people in Britain who say they're going to Europe. Now, let me... I want to actually talk today, I want to shift the focus a little bit. I want to talk about the broader relationship of free speech to human rights. human rights, which, as I'm sure many of you know, have in a sense become the kind of international or indeed even global language of ethics, overwhelmingly the language that governments and international organizations use in order to judge the conduct of states, of organizations, of corporations, and so forth. And one of my recent interests has been, I'm not sure that we even know what we're talking about when we use the phrase human rights. And so rather than jumping in and talking about free speech, I want to take a step or two back and talk about the very concept of human rights. Human rights, of course, is a system of justice. And the idea of justice is certainly nothing new, right? Throughout history, there have been many models of justice. Here's a few which I'm sure will be very well known to you, right? We can point to any number of belief systems throughout history, throughout many cultures, which in some way could be understood or indeed overtly present themselves as systems of justice, right, going back thousands of years. And indeed, this great variety of cultural traditions and historical traditions is often cited as evidence that human rights have something universal about them, right? Because we point to all sorts of ancient traditions, we see all sorts of notions of justice which seem to have certain overlapping qualities, and therefore we come to the conclusion that human rights as understood today must be universal. It's amazing how many people think this. Now, what I would say is that when we look at all of these ancient traditions, they certainly are concerned with justice in the sense of delivering human goods, right? So if we think about ideas that a government should not torture, a government in other ways should not treat people arbitrarily, or brutally, that a government should not wage war wantonly, that a government should ensure that certain minimal levels of goods, food and so forth, are available. These are certainly human goods. My question is, what makes them human rights? And my great objection to the ways in which we use human rights, and particularly in international organizations today, is that the notion of goods and the notion of rights are simply conflated as if they mean the same thing. Again, the notions of these sorts of basic goods have been around forever. The idea that these goods do or should take the form of rights is a very recent idea, and I think in many ways, again, one which we've just simply collapsed, right? We've simply collapsed the notion of rights into the notion of goods. And I want to know how free speech matters to all of this. What have I just done? Oh, there we go, sorry. So I want to know what turns human goods, again, ideas about goods have been around forever, into this very rather recent notion of human rights. I think if you were to ask a kind of run-of-the-mill human rights lawyer, they might start out by saying, well, yeah, what makes these things rights is the idea that they become formally incorporated into legal codes. And, you know, you've probably all seen these sorts of documents, right? The Universal Declaration of Human Rights or the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights. There are trillions of them, often now parts of national constitutions, in fact, and often very much part of national law in many countries. But of course, we know that simply putting rights on paper in many places means absolutely nothing. So the purely formal incorporation, the rights on paper, as we know, are clearly not enough to turn goods into objects of rights. So what else is required? Well, you might say that it's not about formal incorporation, but about effective incorporation, right? So it's not simply a matter that the law kind of formally or officially incorporates, kind of shopping lists of goods, but also that there have to be some sort of mechanisms to make sure that people can access these goods. But again, this is still very open-ended. Well, what does that mean? Again, we know that in many places in the world there are, one or another kind of mechanism, but still human rights are massively violated. And so, in order to try to get, I think, a more precise notion of human rights, of what is distinctive about human rights as a system of justice, as opposed to what makes human rights just collapse into, 1,000 ancient sorts of systems, what I would propose to do is ask, well, how do we actually go about pursuing a right? Let's try to take it from that perspective. And of course, we know there are many ways. I guess the classical model of the pursuit of a right, is the fully fledged courtroom situation, right? You feel a right has been abused, so you go to court, right? And you seek to vindicate your right. But of course, we know in actual practice that's really one way, and perhaps the least common, right? There are many other ways of pursuing rights. Sometimes it's simply a matter of lobbying legislatures. Sometimes it's a matter of dealing with administrative agencies. In other words, there's no one procedural mechanism. There are all sorts of ways in which people might pursue their rights. For me, the question is not so much what kind of means or channels are available. My question is, again, what happens when these don't work? What happens when these break down? What happens when these don't give a result which you feel is adequate? And my argument is that ultimately, free speech is the only thing you have. In fact, it was quite interesting. If we look at, for example, at Jakob's presentation from this morning, someone like Václav Havel talking about democracy and free speech, right? Now, he could have put democracy with all sorts of so-called human rights. He could have paired democracy with not torturing, or with fair conditions of detention, or with adequate levels of food and so forth. But there was this kind of intuitive understanding that free speech is not just another right. That free speech is somehow the necessary condition for the possibility of human rights, as opposed to just human goods, to even come about, right? To give you, we could think of 1,000 concrete examples. China could start torturing people less today. In so doing, it would certainly be providing human goods, but it's simply wrong to say that they would thereby be respecting a human right not to be tortured, something that no one at the United Nations understands, and no one in most of the human rights organizations understands. They would immediately applaud China for respecting a certain human right. Why is China in that particular circumstance not respecting non-torture as a human right? Because no one there has it as a right. Why? Because they can't speak about it. So they might have it as a good, not as a right. You don't have it, so that brings me back to my question of legislators, courts, administrative agencies. Unless you can actively, safely, without restraint, complain about what your legislator is doing, what your courts are doing, what your administrative agencies are doing, anyone concerned with the provision, with the delivery of human goods, then you're simply not talking about human rights. You're just talking about goods. Now, goods are good. They're not rights. No one at the United Nations understands this, or most people who teach and work in the human rights world today. And so they would say to you, well, free speech is already a right. So what's the problem? That's what they'll always tell you when you raise these objections, right? And this is why I'm trying to argue that free speech, again, it's not just another item on the checklist of human rights. If you were to ask pretty much any expert today, the overwhelming principle in human rights today is known as the principle of indivisibility. We cannot prioritize rights. We have to treat all rights as equal. Each right is necessary for the full enjoyment of all the other rights. So food, torture, housing, education, fair trials, right? Each one is equally necessary. We cannot come up with any hierarchy. I think that is almost correct, except for free speech. I think for all the others, that's absolutely correct. And this is what happens when you make free speech, which is the condition for the possibility of turning goods into human rights, when you just make them another item on the checklist, you actually destroy the necessary condition for a regime of goods to become a regime of rights, right? So the doctrine of the co-equality of rights is a misapprehension of the very concept of human rights. And the priority here is not ontological. I'm not saying that in order to survive as a human being, free speech is more important than the rest. I have no idea about that. I'm only talking about the possibility for human goods to become a legal regime of human rights. So I'm not saying that that free speech is ontologically prior. I'm saying that it is legally prior to the possibility of a human rights regime. Obviously, if I'm stranded on a desert island, free speech is probably the lowest on my list of priorities. But if I'm stranded on a desert island, I'm not in a human rights regime or in any possibility of there being one. And so if essentially the United Nations and pretty much all of the illustrious human rights bodies around the world today, if actually they're not even doing human rights, well, what are they doing? And what I would say is what we have in place are as good as you're going to get in a world like ours, managerial regimes of goods. This is pretty much how I would characterize what goes on at the United Nations today, right? Again, a kind of sheep farming. Is there enough food? Is there enough water? Are you being kind to them? Not too much torture, not too much abuse. The way you would properly treat a herd of sheep. What we don't have are regimes of human rights, which could only ever be citizen-directed. And citizen-directed means the possibility to criticize, to challenge, to mock, to lampoon. Take this example. If you were to kind of spend your days, as I'm pathetic enough to do, plowing through sort of United Nations human rights reports, you're looking at all the different committees. Pretty much they all follow the same model, right? And so you would come up with the sort of thing is like, Norway is doing very well, North Korea not so well. So after you've read literally tens of thousands of pages of documents, the only conclusion you really come up with is that North Korea just sort of needs to catch up. They just need to try harder, do a bit better, right? And maybe someday they'll be like Norway. And that's it, as if these are just quantitative measures. You just kind of go down the checklist, all the different human rights, right, and see how every nation is performing. I think this is insane. I think this is insane. If that's the best you can do, give us Norway is doing better and North Korea is doing worse, then that has nothing. You don't need human rights to say this. You're just talking about goods. You're just talking about sheep farming. What we need to find out is that North Korea is not set up to be a human rights regime, nor is Putin's Russia, nor is Xi's China, nor are many other countries on earth today. They're just not set up to be human rights regimes. Maybe some of them deliver goods. But if their citizens cannot safely, without fear, speak out, then human rights we haven't even crossed into that threshold. And once again, our international organizations are simply deluding themselves and us when they keep talking about a human rights system that doesn't exist, right? I see that my time is running out, so I'm going to skip over a few points. Perhaps they'll come up later on. I just want to say, to conclude then, I want to address one last question. Often when I make these sorts of remarks, people then wonder, well, are you advocating free speech absolutism? If free speech is a kind of prior condition before a human rights system can even exist, then am I advocating a kind of absolutism? Because surely if we were already to assume restrictions on speech, then it's hard to see it as foundational. Now, for all sorts of reasons, again, maybe they'll come up later. I won't have time to talk about them today. I've talked about them in some of my publications. The concept of free speech absolutism is simply an absurdity. There could never be any such thing. A free speech absolutism would simply collapse any legal system. Again, I won't go into the reasons for that, but I'll happily discuss that later if it should come up. What I think is foundational, it's not simply the right to say anything. What I think is foundational is that no speaker is excluded from the public sphere solely on the basis of their viewpoint, their worldview, their philosophy. For me, that is the foundational moment for the very possibility of human rights. And this is what I call viewpoint absolutism. Free speech absolutism, again, I'm saying it's a legal nonsense. There could even people, the most libertarian state could never have free speech absolutism. It would collapse in a day. Viewpoint absolutism is altogether achievable and, as I'm saying, necessary. I think I have to stop, all right? So if you want to find out more, I'll do my quick plug. In fact, I just got an email yesterday. It's coming out in paperback, if you want to save a few quid. And if you're a real nerd, if you're a free speech nerd, then this is my previous book where I really go into all the mechanics about these things like absolutism and so forth. All right, then. Thank you very much.
Thanks. Can I just ask you? Yeah. Just one follow-up. It's enormously exciting what you're talking about here. How if we understood the UN and everybody else understood what you're saying about human rights as the fundamental right, how would we go about it differently?
Yeah.
What would be the consequence if everybody knew this?
I'm looking less for perfection and more for honesty, because I think the way in which the human rights discourse has now taken over, it's done that at the price of its own collapse, of its own emptiness, its own vacuousness. I believe that there may be about 20, 25 democracies in the world today that could be held to the standard that I'm discussing, and I know that's not many. I know it's a privileged few. I have no illusions about that. And I know that there are many states that are very borderline where it's just hard to tell. The United States might be one of them. And I have no problem with that with appreciating that kind of complexity. Of course, that kind of complexity will always be with us in politics. But I want us to be honest and clear about what we mean when we use the concept of human rights. And if we simply mean human goods, again, sheep farming, right, then let's just get rid of the concept of human rights. Let's stop deluding people. Let's stop making a promise, which many powerful organizations make and governments make. Let's stop making a promise which one doesn't even understand when making it. The language of rights can be powerful, and that's what I'm looking for. I'm looking to return to the time when the people who first really thought seriously about individual rights saw it as a means of empowerment, right? As a way to involve the individual and organizations and groups in the process of the fair and transparent and efficient delivery of goods.
Right. But what you're saying is that it has to start with the individual right, and not as something that we as a state give to you because we want to give it to you. This is a difference, I guess. I mean, is the conclusion is then that we have to be much more realistic about how to achieve rights and how far we can go.
Realistic is okay. Honesty is better, right? We always have to be realistic.
Yeah.
There's no doubt about that. But again, maybe I'm just jaded by spending too much time reading through these United Nations and NGO reports, because they do just, okay, Russia, China, North Korea, they just go down their list and they tell us how they're doing in terms of human rights performance.
Right.
Right? They have to acknowledge that they're. There's one of the things I say in my book is that people can be sort of bouncing the ball around the court and doing a spectacular performance, but that's not ice hockey. That's basketball. So don't talk about how they're performing when they're doing ice hockey, because they're not doing ice hockey. If a regime is not even set up
right.
to do human rights, let's stop evaluating them in terms of something they're not doing.
Right.
And they have no intention of doing. And they're very clear about that.
Okay, thank you, Eric. Thanks. All right, Eric will also be back in the panel in a moment. Our third speaker in this session, Ourveena, Geereesha, Topsy-Sonoo. Welcome here in Copenhagen, Special Rapporteur on Freedom of Expression and Access to Information in Africa in the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. Isn't that so?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So thank you to the organizers for the invitation. So I'm commissioner at the African Commission on Human and People's Rights with the mechanism of freedom of expression and access to information. So I'll give a brief overview of the future of free speech in Africa, continental developments and charting a positive trajectory. As we come to the end of the year, a lot of concerned stakeholders have and are taking stock of a state of free speech, or as we call it in Africa, freedom of expression. As has been the trend for a long time in recent years, the majority of research at our disposal suggests that free speech on the African continent is on the decline. This is especially true for internet freedom and press freedom. Despite a wave of liberalization in the 1990s and the expansion of the internet in the 2010s, there is still too often reasons for serious concern. In general, we have noted cases of arbitrary censorship, especially on the internet, with occasional network shutdowns in some countries, arrests of journalists, and violent attacks that, to our concern, usually go unpunished. In recent years, a wave of draconian laws criminalizing online journalism has dealt a new blow to the right to information. At the same time, the spread of rumors, propaganda, and disinformation has contributed to the undermining of journalism and access to quality information. Governments are breaking apart the global internet to create more controlled online spaces. A record number of national governments block websites with non-violent political, social, or religious content, undermining the rights to freedom of expression and access to information. A majority of these blocks targeted sources located outside the country. New national laws pose an additional threat to the free flow of information by centralizing technical infrastructure and applying flawed regulations to social media platforms and user data. Perhaps one of the most notable developments on free speech in Africa is the growing criminalization of free speech online, notably through laws that purportedly aim to fight fake news or false news. In many African countries, laws passed to address a phenomenon generally known as false news or fake news are broadly worded and to date have been used solely to clamp down on the legitimate expression and operations of political dissenters, journalists, and independent content producers. Recently, a quantitative assessment of the fake news phenomenon found that African governments use two prominent regulatory strategies to tackle fake news and hate speech, namely, firstly, the technological and secondly, the legal content regulation. Technological content regulation includes censoring or blocking access to content to prevent supposed spread of fake news or hate speech. Critics argue that governments often use fake news and hate speech content as a pretext to prevent opposition actors from accessing specific content. Legal content regulation includes discussion, drafting, and passing of bills to regulate fake news and hate speech. The study found that the regimes that typically restrict media freedom are more likely to use technological regulation and are less likely to use legal regulation, according to news reports. This suggests that those rulers who have strong incentives to prevent the production and spread of content are more likely to use technological means to regulate the so-called fake news and hate speech. The study also established a nexus between executive institutional arrangements and the choice of regulatory strategy. Specifically, we found that regimes with stronger legislative constraints on the executive were less likely to adopt either method. With the growth of online communities, many countries in Africa have reacted by enacting laws, policies, and directives that require the registration and licensing of online content producers. The registration and licensing requirements often stipulate fees for both registration and renewal of licenses and provide punitive measures for non-compliance. These measures erode anonymity and impose prohibitive financial barriers to free expression in the continent. Across the continent, several journalists and online content creators have been arrested, detained, and some prosecuted for their online activities. The authorities have largely relied on retrogressive provisions within the enacted cyber laws or penal codes. However, in the vast majority of cases, these laws fall foul of the lawful limitations that are allowed in any democratic society. Several African countries, in a bid to regulate online communication, have enacted laws and policies that require journalists to reveal their sources. Not only do these weaken whistleblower protection policies, but the fact that law enforcement agencies can legally monitor and intercept private communication between journalists and sources with no oversight mechanisms contravene constitutional guarantees in many African countries, as well as provisions of the African Charter itself. Digital communications in Africa and beyond have set a new precedent in the capacity for mass dissemination of hate speech that endangers the safety of citizens. Online hate speech continues to grow at the same rate as the evolution of technology and more specifically digital platforms. Hate speech is ascendant as mobile penetration rises everywhere, including in Africa. According to the Global System for Mobile Communications, by the end of 2020, 495 million people in the sub-Saharan Africa have subscribed to mobile services, representing 46% of the region's population. In August, in the run-up to Kenya's elections, hate speech and calls for ethnic violence on the social media became a national issue. In Ethiopia, calls for violence against ethnic minorities abound on the social media as the Tigray conflict has continued. The conflict between the Ethiopian federal government and the Tigray People's Liberation Front, TPLF, has also led to the shutdown of media organizations and the detention of journalists and bloggers. In South Africa, online hate speech heightened xenophobic sentiments against non-South Africans working in the country, as well as Zimbabweans, one of the largest continents of foreigners in South Africa. So tech giants like Facebook or Twitter have remained relatively inactive in moderating local content in Africa. Since these platforms are now often the main sources of information and communication for many, they are setting a dangerous precedent for the scope and reach of disinformation and hate speech. So what is the positive trajectory? States are generally, gradually adopting access to information laws throughout the African continent. Currently, only 29 states have access to information laws, and this is a welcome development. Last year, Gambia adopted a law on freedom access to information for the first time ever. The Gambian National Assembly finally ended 5 years of lawmaking. The access to information law will not only facilitate the work of journalists, but will also empower civil society to access government-held information to enhance accountability and transparency. This is a welcome development, especially for a country in democratic transition and where decades of secrecy still needs to be uncovered. Malawi, which had for a long time shelved its 2016 access to information law, finally adopted the law in 2020, and the Act places the National Human Rights Commission as custodian of access to information in the country. In addition, the minister responsible has also conducted access to information training for public officials, which is important because creating capacity ensures the feasibility of implementation of the law. In Botswana, the ACPHR welcomed the removal of harmful provisions in the Criminal Procedure and Evidence Bill. The bill, which had previously contained a provision which would allow law enforcement officers to intercept private communications without prior judicial oversight. This provision would affect the right to access to information in many conceivable ways, chief amongst them being its vulnerability to being abused, to intimidate, or silence journalists to prevent essential information from breaking. The government, after repeated consultations with civil society organizations in the area of freedom of expression and access to information, eventually reconsidered and removed the provision, and that was mostly welcomed. According to the International Telecommunications Union, Sub-Saharan Africa has the highest growth in global internet penetration, increasing from less than 1% in 2000 to 30% today. This finding is also true for all nations in Southern Africa especially. The High Court of South Africa, sitting in the Western Cape, reaffirmed the right of gender-based violence victims to speak about their experiences amidst a growing trend of court-endorsed gag orders. The court quashed an order of the magistrate's court, which prevented the victim from naming her rapist. This was following a post she made on her private Instagram story in 2019, naming her ex-boyfriend as her rapist. Despite the judgment emphasizing that the posts were meant to be private and not distributed to the public, the judgment is still welcome for its reaffirmation of a user's right to express herself freely on the online platform about her ordeal. This case is an example of the many forms of digital violence against women. The impact of artificial intelligence on our lives can no longer be ignored. We have indeed, as the Commission and the Union at large, taken cognizance of the impacts of artificial intelligence on information rights. To these ends, in 2021, the African Commission adopted a resolution 473 on the need to undertake a study on human and people's rights and artificial intelligence, robotics, and other new and emerging technologies in Africa. In the resolution, the African Commission recognized the existing legal gap and invited state parties to adopt laws to regulate artificial intelligence and to ensure compliance with the African Charter. The process of drafting the study is at advanced stage, and we are confident the outcomes will address the concerns on the impact of artificial intelligence on freedom of expression and access to information. I have for a while now been paying close attention to it and following the situation with regards to facial recognition technologies, the surveillance of artificial intelligence, content moderation, as well as disinformation through deep fakes, and as Special Rapporteur, I'm still under advisement on the best course of action. The forecast for the future of free speech in Africa is bleak. However, the Office of the Special Rapporteur for Freedom of Expression and Access to Information in Africa, the African Commission, and the African Union in general remain committed to ensure that we chart a positive trajectory by building on these small wins that I have mentioned above. We also invite and appreciate any and all collaborations to promote and protect free speech in Africa with my mechanism and the African Commission. Thank you.
Thanks. Okay, have a seat up here, and Eric, and please come up. All right. Okay. While you just warm up and think about questions or comments, let me just ask the two of you, what do you think of Eric's argument that really very few of us understand that what human rights is about? What do you think about it? We seem to believe that it is something when it is something entirely different. Yeah? Please? Yeah?
Well, I think what Eric was mentioning is that, in fact, freedom of free speech or freedom of expression, as we call it, is at the very heart of human rights. But he seems to suggest that other rights, it's not at the pinnacle, but other rights flow from them. If we do not have a free speech, we cannot have other rights. But he has a more a view which is more complicated than that. I'll leave it to him to explain the rest of his rights.
Right, okay. But say, Eric, when you listen to Ourveena's description about how they work in, for instance, the African Commission on Human Rights, is this the right way to do it, or is this an example of how it is being misunderstood? Because of course Ourveena is talking about progress in Gambia, Malawi, Botswana, but to you, is that not real progress in the way that you're looking at freedom of expression? Is it examples of goods and not a right?
Well, yeah. In other words, I guess one of the things that I would recommend is that if it's true that free speech cannot just be another right, but is the very possibility, the very precondition for the possibility of a human rights system even to arise, then we have to look at all rights in a sense, but above all at the degree to which people are free to safely agitate for any right at all. It could be for a right that has nothing to do with free speech. The question is, how safe are they to criticize the present state of affairs, to make recommendations, to petition, to demonstrate, again, to mock, and so forth. So in a sense, I wouldn't want to isolate sort of free speech cases, right? I want to do the opposite, integrate them into the totality of any regime. And so, you know, in a sense, I'm arguing that political freedom is nothing but free speech.
Right.
That's the only form that free speech ultimately takes. That's the only form that political freedom ultimately takes, is free speech, right? And so if you don't have a regime of political freedom, there's no way in which you have a regime of human rights.
I mean, this must make a lot of sense with your experience from Russia.
Well, I don't want to look at this from a theoretical point of view, because if we go into this discussion, whether it's like human rights or like a good, so it's like all about the...
But the idea that the freedom of expression is, in a sense, the core, the very core of political...
I think it's a core of human rights concept. I think everybody who works with human rights in general, all the lawyers are quite agree on the issue that there are no other rights can be guaranteed if the right to information and freedom of expression is not there. So this is kind of like obvious things. But being a practicing lawyer from a jurisdiction which doesn't actually value the human being, the life, the right to life. That actually jeopardizes the whole concept when we talk about whether it's right
let's have an example. You're saying, I mean, in Europe we are banning certain Russian propaganda.
Right.
You said this is not the right way to go about it.
It does. It's counterproductive.
Why? Why?
Why? Because, well, it gives Russian regime, the propaganda, another argument, saying that, okay, if you are advocating for free speech and free flow of information, why don't you just allow this particular part of information to be accessible for those who want to read this, for those who want to analyze it, for their alternative source of information? If you punish us, we'll punish you.
The argument, of course, is that people believe it. In Europe also, people tend to believe the propaganda is true.
Well, I don't think that RT, let's say in Spain, will actually change the mind of Spanish people. I don't trust that if RT will be accessible. Well, I have to make it clear. I'm not trying to support RT, right? This is not that we're trying to, spread around the world, but we have to know the rhetoric, let's say, of the enemy, of the opponent, as it is. We have to see how they use it, how they target people. So if you just block it, you also will not understand how it works, why it's so effective. Propaganda is always effective. It was effective in Rwanda. It was effective in Nazi Germany. It was effective always. So if we just hide ourselves from that, we won't be able to secure our people with free information. And the whole discussion about whether it's a human rights or a good, it's good if you're in theory. It's good if you're a professor and go in depth for the books, for the textbooks, for students. But if you look at this as a practicing lawyer, you see that when people are really struggling to survive, the whole dialogue, the whole discussion about whether there is a human rights, whether it's important or not, it's so artificial for them. We have to deliver them things, understanding that human rights is a very natural. Without that, you cannot live. You cannot actually support your children. You cannot raise them. You cannot educate them. You cannot have dignity as a human being. So that has to be natural and not theoretical. So that, from my perspective, it's very important to support any society with the democratic values, and it should be very natural. Then people will actually value that. Right. They will support this and understand this.
Flemming Rose, editor of Frihedsbrevet. I just want to comment on this with RT seen from our point of view. I think it infantilizes the public in the West because it takes away the possibility for us to judge for ourselves. So I think the state that censors Russian propaganda just treats us as children. And they preserve the right for themselves to decide. And I also think it's very difficult to have a very clear definition of propaganda. Propaganda is only effective when it is based on some relationship with reality that in fact has factual basis. And I just want to remind you that there was no freedom of expression in Rwanda and Germany in the 30s. But I have a question for Erik, and maybe two. One is about the distinction between the ontological and the legal understanding of free speech. I understand what you are saying in the context of human rights and the debate about law. But if we talk about human beings in general and the fact that free speech has to do with culture, it has to do with norms that are not necessarily reflected in law, and if we see human beings as storytelling animals, what distinguishes us from others is that we have a language, and if you limit the right to tell and listen the stories that you want to, then it is in fact an attack on human nature to limit that right. That's my one question. The other one has to do with the concept of incitement in a digital world. I know you've discussed this with Robert Post, maybe a little bit, but does the digital world change our concept of incitement? Just to give you one example, if you have a bomb manual printed in a book, according to First Amendment practice, it will not be banned because there is no clear and present danger. You have to find the book, you have to read it, but if it exists online and you can distribute it online, then it becomes a very different matter. And I think you can generalize from that example to a lot of other situations where incitement, that is the distance between speech and action, is a lot more narrow than in the physical world. I mean, do we need to have, do we have to revise our understanding of incitement in a digital world, and will it have any influence on lawmaking and rules? Thank you.
Yes, go on.
Make sure I got this all down. Okay, so actually, I'd like to make 3 points, even though you only had 2 questions. I'm so glad that you raised this comparison to Nazi propaganda, which, you know, Nazism is still in so many ways an historical point of reference for so much that goes on in human rights. I would argue, of course, there's no way I can prove this. It's always the nice thing about these sorts of arguments. I would argue that the problem was never the propaganda. I would argue that the problem was that the propaganda was promulgated in a place where no one could argue with it. No one could hold it up to ridicule. No one could discuss it. That was the problem. This is another constant mistake in thinking about free speech, right? There was Nazi propaganda, and then there was genocide, as if that's the sole cause and effect. You read this all the time. No. The problem was not the propaganda. The problem was the context of the propaganda, one in which you could not argue with it. I'll just put that out there. As I said, I can't prove it. It's my suspicion. It's my hypothesis. Now, more directly onto what you were saying. I enormously appreciate both of those comments. As to your first comment about the homo storytellingus, I think that's quite right. Now, I think what you sort of remind us of is, and this is, I think, very much part of what I'm trying to say, is that a culture of free speech as we understand this is historically very rare. Right? It's the aberration, right? We're kind of accustomed to it, almost as if it's a norm, and we have to just sort of start tinkering with the rules. Historically, I mean, the very concept of free speech, right, is the exception. Free speech as sort of equal political participation. Right? Jakob was mentioning the relationship between free speech and equality early, because these are often set up as inimical. Right? Now, quite the contrary, the idea of free speech for everyone is unthinkable throughout most of history, because most of history is not a history of egalitarian societies. Right? Most of history, is structured around classes, power hierarchies, right? Where even those at the top often have to be very careful about what they're saying, let alone, people who are often in positions of essentially servitude, which is, often the great mass of a population in any given culture throughout much of history, right? So much of human history is a story of societies where the very concept of free speech would make no sense. And this is crucial, I think, because as I was saying, right, I began by projecting, a half dozen ancient belief systems which are always trotted out to prove that human rights are universal, right? This is just, again, a kind of United Nations fairy tale, right? Although it's amazing how many human rights lecturers love to talk about this because it makes it all look terribly cosmopolitan and inclusive. It's just nuts. Really, it's just silly. And I think you're quite right to emphasize how unusual a free speech culture is. In other words, I would add to this, how unusual historically, and you might say therefore precious, a human rights culture would be. Because again, we've so watered down the concept to the point of virtually extinguishing it. Yeah, that it just means the fact that throughout history, different cultures have had different understandings of justice. You don't need human rights to say that. Your second question is of course the hardest one of all, and it's the one that everyone in this area is now pondering. For the last decade or two, because it's true, right? When I was in law school, the model of free speech was, the town hall. This quaint little image of, nice little Protestant citizens coming together, to air their differences, right, in a very well-run and well-behaved setting. And of course, this is just nonsense for the world we're living in today. And so that's just not the paradigm anymore, the town hall meeting, right? Now it's this kind of global colossus. What's changed is our sense of causality. Right? When I was first starting to write about things and first studying them, there was not a single study. Even though, I did a lot of research on what was going on in Germany at the time, and there were, when there were movements to ban certain extremist political organizations, and you just had reams and reams of reports. None of them cited a single empirical study to show causation from harmful speech to harmful effects. No one. Nor anywhere else, nor in Britain or in the US. There was not a single empirical study after decades. That has changed. That is the change. I think in the online world, the causation is now demonstrable in many cases, right? Where somebody is sitting in his pajamas at 3 in the morning in a basement in London, and 2 hours later there's a massive riot in Pakistan, and 1,000 people are killed. That sort of thing. These things are happening now, and so we cannot deny a kind of causation. Right, which is very much linked to the problem of incitement. And so this is the number one theme now at every free speech conference I attend. And I think we're still working out, the relationship between state actors and private actors. What do we mean by a private actor when we're talking about these massive corporations, as Monika was saying before? Sorry, I'm rambling.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you. I'd like to ask the Commissioner on African development. One of the things that earlier we published a report where we compared the case law on South African Constitutional and Supreme Court of Appeal with the case law of the European Court of Human Rights on hate speech, and actually found that in general the South African courts were much more speech protective than when it comes to Europe, and they have sort of a different, so almost the opposite tendency of the European Court of Human Rights tends to say, because of the history of Europe, we have to be careful about allowing speech. That we have to clamp down on speech that could be dangerous to democracy and tolerance. South African courts have a different approach. They say because of our past, a very recent past of an apartheid regime that used censorship and repression, to entrench white supremacy, we need to be very, very careful about providing the government means to, even if they sound nice, even if they're well-intentioned, to restrict free speech. And in my view, I think the South African model is a much more promising one when it comes to sort of approaching some kind of agreement at the international level, at international human rights law, for instance, where you should delineate the concept of hate speech. Whether you're in favor of hate speech laws or not, I mean, they're going to be there because it's part of international human rights law, and you can be in favor or against that. But do you agree with that assessment, or and maybe also some of the other positive developments that you noticed in Africa that could be useful for grappling with these difficult questions going forward?
Yes, thank you very much. In fact, actually, the judiciary in different countries use the past to address questions that are rising in the future. That is in the present. So that, in fact, what has happened in the past justify their development of the law. And as you rightly pointed out, South Africa has come up with very progressive means of interpreting free speech. Whether other countries will follow suit is another thing. It's quite difficult to stay so far. But on the African continent, we have noticed that, in fact, there's a huge development towards accepting access to information and free speech. So at the Commission itself, we're trying to have dissemination campaigns on what it entails and how to draft laws and how to interpret them. But we are still at initial stages and hope that by the end of my mandate we'll be able to do it more effectively, and so that countries, they are scared of free speech and access to information. They are scared of what it will lead to. They are scared that this will lead to opening of state secrets or whatever. We're trying to show them that no, it doesn't mean that. What it would entail for you as a government, what it would entail for the people. So that is what we're trying to do at the moment. But I hope that we'll be able to succeed in that. And I think there was a gentleman there who asked about the technological and legal means. So what I stated is that governments have found two ways to deal with fake news and hate speech. One is the technological means, that is blocking and access to content, whereas the legal means is passing laws that block the speech itself. So these are the two means that governments have found to block fake news and hate speech. But unfortunately, when they're applying it, they're not applying it to just fake news and hate speech. They're applying it globally to dissenters and people that they do not want to have to access that information. In the interpretation of it, we're having problems. Probably what it was meant for, it was a good thing, but in the interpretation and the application, then it's slightly different, and it is not what it was intended for. Thank you.
Right. Please.
Actually, a short question, both to Eric and Galina. I was thinking about the propaganda as it is and about human psychology, because we do tend to notice voices that are louder than the others. And on the example of the recent events in Ukraine and Russia, before the full-blown war, the Russian voices were heard much louder, and their opinions were clearer and sort of everywhere, including social media and including tons of trolls and tons of bots that were commenting everywhere. And the international society as such was less interested into knowing what's really going on. So in that cases, I feel like a lot of opinions have been sort of cemented on the fact that they heard first. Because we are humans, we have cognitive bias, and we, after we set on some opinions, we sort of just look for the confirmation of those opinions. We are less interested into finding what's really going on. So how do we deal with the situation when one player and one voice is simply louder and sort of has more resources than the others? It's not very fair when we think of it, right? But there's quite little what we can do about it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay. So I think it would be too complicated to react on such a it's a serious question, and it's not legal, I think. It's more about like media literacy and psychology. And of course, if people tend to read those sources of information that they like, they just kind of bubble within the sources that they agree with. And as a result, in some time, they just don't see and don't hear other voices. And it's dangerous by itself. So that we live in the same kind of information bubble. And I think that Russian civil society, for instance, and independent media, they also kind of like browse each other. So we read each other, we read independent media tend to read what their colleagues are reporting, and as a result, we created like totally different informational like societies, universes, I would say, which do not understand each other. So I think it's a problem that had to be addressed by, if not governments, because government is not actually interested, well, at least our government is not interested in that. They quite happily created this propaganda bubble to manipulate people. But in theory, countries supposed to look at this problem through the concept of media literacy, and if children are raised with understanding where's propaganda and how to distinguish proper reporting and balanced reporting, journalism and propaganda, advertisement and propaganda, they themselves, being adults, they will find the right way to find the reliable information. And I agree, we do not have to treat them as children. We do not create a comfortable surroundings, like informational platforms for them. We have to show them the real world and let them choose the information they want to read and follow. And just as a note with regards to what Commissioner has said, that governments are actually trying to apply surgery tools for information. So they block information they don't like. They create laws, implement laws which would allow them to leave population with just propaganda, and that by itself is a very dangerous approach, because blocking can be misused. That's what is happening in Russia. They just use blocking as a tool to stop reporting, and that's will leave people with just a very unbalanced information as a result.
Sorry, you're done. I think the concern you raise is crucial. Again, it's one of the main themes that we look at, I think, in the area of free speech, and there are no easy answers to it. It's true that an arena of free speech is inevitably one in which more powerful voices often prevail. Here's the problem, in my view. This argument is constantly used as a censorship tool. I don't know how many people here have heard the concept of cancel culture, right? This is obviously rampant in universities. I'm not saying it always succeeds, but attempts to have certain speakers blocked because somehow they represent a more powerful and potentially or actually oppressive voice. Now, the problem is that if we look at anything that we consider to be a social problem, pretty much anything, I don't know, it could be environment, it can be poverty, it can be disease, you name it. Social problems always, almost by their nature as problems, involve power dynamics. There's usually always some disempowered group which suffers disproportionately from pretty much any social problem, poverty by definition. right? But we can name just about any other. Now, if we, for example, in university settings, were always to cancel the speaker who represents the dominant or more powerful view, we would literally have, first of all, we would have to pretty much banish every economics department in the Western world, right? Because if they're even remotely promoting things such as free markets, they're inevitably promoting systems which involve power imbalances and which tend to entrench them. But more generally, for any social problem, we would only ever get to hear one side. You see, I'm not accusing you of going this far, but unfortunately, this question about censoring or limiting speech because certain people have a more privileged voice, I don't see any practical rule, right, which could rationally redress power imbalances within the sphere of discourse. And so, again, while I take on board the problem, I think we also have to be very, very careful about exaggerating it, because it would justify censoring one half of pretty much any discussion on any controversial issue, which will always involve power imbalances.
Please.
Ben, thank you. To Eric, I would tend to agree with your questioning the ranking by UN committees of countries from Norway to North Korea. What can we learn from that? The other thing, my other thought is that just recently, Mr. Borrell of the European Union got to acknowledge that for the last 2 decades, Europe has been too naive for Russian aggression. But my question to you, Eric, and maybe the panel, do you have a proposal on its way for a new international order when what we have does not work?
A new international order?
Yeah.
Well, we have 10 minutes. I'm thinking about how to rephrase that question into something more handleable. I'm failing right now. But I think it's impossible for us to answer that question in such a, yeah. Do you?
Well, I think, I think it's not so far from the question that you put to me earlier. So I guess in about 10 minutes it became unanswerable, right? But yeah, no, right, because you were also asking, you know, if I understood you correctly, well, you know, then what do we do if we've just been deluding ourselves all this time about having a kind of international human rights regime, you know, which I'm claiming we don't have at all and we never had. And this is why I had said to Martin before, again, for me, step one is just to be honest about where we are now, right? To be honest that what we're doing in these international organizations is not fundamentally about human rights. I'm not even saying that's necessarily bad, right? Maybe, as I said, human goods are good. Right? And so if that's all we're really concerned about, again, making sure that goods are in place and encouraging countries to humanize their regimes and to provide ever more and greater goods, maybe that's not bad. That more humble, right, less ambitious, right? All I'm saying is that we simply have not understood what human rights are if we're calling any of that a regime of rights, right? What would have to change would be, again, it's only rights when people can safely and confidently agitate for them. That's what makes it an individual right. Otherwise, it's not. You know, I'm not sure. You know, again, as you know, as our Justitia friends here are arguing, in many ways, we're receding. We're going in the opposite direction. We're getting more repression.
Can I ask all of you, why do you think we are in a freedom of speech recession? Why is it happening? What is the?
Well, I mean, I would say we're getting a simultaneous explosion and repression, or explosion and recession. We're getting both at the same time. Yeah, sure. I don't think we can see one is exclusive of the other. You know, in some ways, in terms of sheer quantity and volume, we have immeasurably more speech, right? In some ways, immeasurably freer than ever in human history. But I don't think that makes our friends from Justitia incorrect. right, in saying that at the same time, in direct response to this, right, that this is encouraging autocratic regimes to crack down.
You nod. You agree?
Of course, because I think we're having an explosion of information via the social media. It's taken everyone by surprise, the variety and the depth of it. So I think in trying to cope with that, there is a clampdown, and that is creating the problems.
Right.
But the clampdowns are not just on hate speech and other things. It's about everything that they do not want.
Yeah. Do you think they are? Do you think they are like Erdogan and Putin and authoritarian leaders around? Are they coordinating? Are they learning from each other right now? Are they?
They definitely are.
And they're doing quite well.
And unfortunately, not just from each other.
Right.
They also, like Putin and the Russian parliament was always referring to examples from European countries, like, look, the foreign agent legislation, that's United States. The right to be forgotten is EU.
Right. We have one more question, but let me just ask you before, so I have the chance to ask mine here, because this is related to this. You said that the huge technological platform, social media, is the most important tool right now in the non-democratic world in enhancing this, in reversing this. But in our part of the world, we tend to see the same platforms as problems that has to be controlled, that we have to limit the damage that they're doing. There is a kind of contrast here in how we see the same phenomena.
Well, because in other jurisdictions, social media were accepted as like an entertainment, mostly like Facebook in the United States is mainly for like the everyday content. It's not for political speech and not a platform for free expression. So I think it's just, it puts more responsibility for the platforms. And since they provide some new regulation which is above jurisdictions, we deal with something complete, like new, and it's a phenomenon. And my understanding why we observe this recession and freedom of expression globally, because we are facing from one side, explosion of freedom of expression and exchange of information and free flow of information, and people became kind of journalists themselves because they can publish anything anywhere on social media. So that jeopardizes like the whole principle of professional journalism, and they don't know how to address sometimes. But at the same time, governments, they've been observing development of internet and social media for a decade, and now they're kind of ready to regulate it. And look what we have as a result. Governments are regulating internet and social media for like Russia, China, Malaysia. They're trying to introduce regulation putting pressure on these high-tech giants, which are actually American companies registered in the United States, working under American legislation, and they don't really want to report back to Russian media regulator or to Malaysian government, and they don't want to comply with like requests to take down the content. So all that is a complex issue, and it has to be dealt with on international level. And we have problems and crises with international mechanisms, and UN mechanism is not effective anymore. So it has to be reformed somehow to address all these new challenges.
Yes, over here.
Hi, good afternoon. My question is for Galina. It's very thought-provoking, your discussion, but you did mention a little bit about the financialization of independent media in exile. I think in the overall global development arena, as what Eric could also mention earlier, there's the power dynamics between international funders and the organizations that they funded to. I wonder if you have an impression, because you don't work as an independent media in exile, but you work with them. I wonder if you have an impression how independent media in exile thread this path of free speech in this dyadic relationship with their international funders. Thank you.
Well, I'm not sure whether I've got your question right, So let me put it like that. So independent media, like if we talk about Russian media in exile, they have lost the financial stability while they've been, when they've been blocked in Russia and relocated. When the war started, they have lost monetization, any kind of income which they received from YouTube and other social media. So that actually ruined the financial sustainability of media. So they had to relocate the whole team with families, with studios, so that cost a fortune. They have lost all the advertisement, like Medusa, for instance, when they've been declared as a foreign agent in April last year, 95% of their companies, they posted advertisement on their website, withdrawn, and some of them requested to take down advertisement which was published 7 years prior the moment when Medusa was designated as a foreign agent. So that left them with like, put them down on a 0 point when they just started. But they've been supported by crowdfunding. Then next, Russian citizens are banned to use MasterCard and Visa. So we don't, well, particularly those who are relocated, we don't have access to our bank accounts, to our, I mean, outside the country, from outside. So we cannot support ourselves. International support from like general public is not that strong because people don't really understand how these old Russian media in exile work and why they should support them if they relocated to France, Germany, Latvia, Georgia, and other jurisdictions. So it's just a problem which it's a very serious issue, and independent media, they, in many cases, they now are dependent on funders, on donors, on charity organizations, but it cannot last forever. They have to find the way to actually be financial sustainability as business. And it's extremely difficult to re-establish yourself as a business if you are Russian media working in exile in a foreign jurisdiction, because it just doesn't work like it. It was never a business model to establish a foreign media in another country. I don't know how it will work in the future, but now we see that this concept of creating a shelter for media, Russian media in exile, it's under threat because of TV rain situation in Latvia and in Baltic countries. So it clearly shows us that they might be in danger once again and have to relocate second time within 1 year. So imagine how to create a stable funding and financial support of the team and continue actually reporting 24 hours on a speed 200 kilometers per hour, because they actually have to be on top of all the news and cover a situation in the country, outside country. When they lose funding, they lose access to their sources, they lose journalists on the ground. So this is just a really complex issue, I'm afraid. But so more to discuss on different platforms and different events and between different actors. Because I think this is crucial to still support the free flow of information, independent reporting, even if those media have to work from relocation now, hopefully not forever.
Okay. Thanks so much, Ourveena, Galina, and Eric. Thank you very much for sharing your thoughts and for the great discussion. Give them all a hand. Very well deserved. Okay. Lunch for an hour. It's outside here. And see you back here at 2 o'clock. Okay, are you all well fed and happy? I am. We're now going to have what we have been waiting for, the hate speech panel. Some of it we have been talking about, of course, until now, and we have raised some quite interesting questions, I think, already about this. First, we will have our three speakers, followed by a panel discussion. The first is Nighat, lawyer, and come up here, lawyer and founder of the Digital Rights Foundation, charity organization focused on cyber harassment, data protection and free speech online in Pakistan and South Asia. You're also a member, as we heard earlier today, of Meta's Oversight board. Please, go ahead.
Thank you so much for inviting me here, and thanks to the earlier speakers for setting the stage in a very interesting way. But I'll be basically, because I think we have so far spoken a lot about from where we started this journey, context, background on about free speech, the complexities around it, the tricky situations that we are in. And I think it's important that we also talk about some of the innovative solutions that that has been initiated by different actors and stakeholders. And I'll be talking about the work of Oversight Board, which was basically established in May 2020 to hold Meta accountable. And this past year has seen VAR return to Europe for the first time since mass online participation, and Europeans and Europeans are now looking at the role of online spaces placed in conflict with fresh eyes. And they are finally seeing firsthand some of the content moderation issues that other parts of the world have been grappling with for years. And in previous conversations, my mind was going back to the global majority. A lot of conversations that we were having here in the morning, and thanks to Jacob, who actually reminded us of our positions of privilege where we are today, where we are speaking so freely that we are not worried that if we'll go back, I mean, I'm thinking if it is being live streamed and I have to go back to my country, what could happen? Some of us actually are not really thinking about that, and that's actually a privilege in this current world order. In the 10 months since Russia invaded Ukraine, we have seen examples of how social media platforms can raise awareness, provide news, and keep people in contact with each other, but how these platforms can also serve as a channel for anger, along with the emergence of disturbing and graphic images, words, and videos which present a challenge for all of us. And nothing tests the robustness and effectiveness of a social media platform content moderation policies like a conflict. It brings to the fore the twin challenges of preserving freedom of expression and protecting people from imminent harm. And finding the right balance is never easy. We have all heard this morning. Securing the right to free speech in conflict situations is critical, but also laced with additional complexities and the need to protect from the threat of increasing real-world violence. And the work that we have done at the Oversight Board, and we do, has shown that context is critical. We can talk all about what free speech looks like in Europe, what free speech looks like in US, but I think what we have seen in our work is that the way we need to look at context, we are not looking at that way, be it the companies or be it the governments. And by looking at cases from Ethiopia to Ukraine, the board has begun to establish basic tenets for what constitutes best practices in these challenging situations. We apply international human rights standards in our decision-making process and often assess the tension between privacy, removing content which may be gratuitous, and the news value of such content, particularly as a source for international journalists who otherwise would not have access to that information, and as a source of vital information for those living in the high-risk areas. International standards agreed by the UN, and I think, Eric, you won't agree to that, and other global organizations are clear. Freedom of expression is a universal human right, but it is a qualified one with a limited number of exemptions. One being it cannot be used as a pretext for intent to cause imminent harm. And at the same time, we have worked to ensure that platforms pay closer attention to newsworthy content from conflict zones, which may not come from official or recognized news sources. We have uncovered situations where newsworthy content has been taken down on the grounds that the content is graphic or distressing, and have told Meta to restore the content, albeit with a warning screen applied. And our calls for platform to enhance and clarify the exemptions of newsworthy content have been developed over several case decisions. Since we often find that the intent of the user who posts the content is critical, often platforms need to establish whether the intent is to decry violence or glorify it. And it's inevitable that conflicts will heighten tensions and prompt many people to want to express themselves more openly, including on social media platforms, and this applies especially to those who are caught up with or are close to the conflict zones. In the past few weeks, the Oversight Board has overturned a decision to remove a Facebook post comparing the Russian army in Ukraine to Nazis. We spoke about this in the morning, which was quoting a poem that calls for the killing of fascists. We found that the post was unlikely to cause an escalation in violence, and that the case raises some important issues about content moderation in conflict situations, which companies haven't really dealt with. International human rights standards say that any action which curbs freedom of speech must have a legitimate aim. We agreed that protecting Russians targeted by hate would be a legitimate aim. However, the board found that protecting soldiers from claims of wrongdoing is not a legitimate aim. The board also found that rather than making general accusations that Russian soldiers are Nazis, the post argued that they acted like Nazis in a particular time and place. It also targeted Russian soldiers because of their role as combatants, not because of their nationality. So while talking about this case, what I'm trying to do is to look into the nitty-gritty of content moderation. It's really not that an easy job. And that's why we have been pushing the company Meta to pay close attention to the kind of decisions that they are making around taking down the content or leaving up the content. One thing that we have also secured among many things, the agreement from Meta to implement a crisis protocol, which was not there before, a way to responding to sudden and high-profile events where much of the world will be paying close attention. We know this war in Europe at the moment, the Afghanistan conflict, all these tech giants have Meta now has a crisis protocol policy, but this is something that we have been pushing company to basically implement, and they agreed to do so. But this call didn't begin with this war or the Afghanistan conflicts. This call by us began in response to the riots in Washington, D.C. in January 2021, and the subsequent suspension of former US President Donald Trump from Facebook. The future of the former president's role on Meta's platform is an issue that I'm not sure how many of you are following, but he hasn't returned back on Meta as yet, but will return next month when the 2-year suspension that we introduced to the Meta will end. And we overruled Meta's original indefinite ban as arbitrary will expire. So what are our lessons learned against mis and disinformation? The balance between the need to protect free speech and with the need to protect people from real-world harm caused by mis and disinformation is an especially delicate one. Having analyzed different global contexts from conflicts in the global majority, I won't call it global south, we are not global south, to governments' attempts to control the COVID pandemic in Europe, we as a board has learned some key lessons about how to ensure that responses remain proportionate and do not unnecessarily erode free speech. It has been raised in the previous panels by our fellow panelists as well, especially from the global majority and in conflict zones. Recent events have shown us that senior figures that we usually don't talk about, including world leaders, are potential source of mis and disinformation. And this can lead to real-world harm. And while in an ideal world we would like that everyone should be treated by the platforms equally, what we are saying that platforms, if they say that they have lack of resources, they need to pay close attention to the public figures, senior figures, including politicians, and assess whether they are contributing towards offline violence. Well, I have a little time, but in the panel, I hope that I'll say a lot on this, and also in wearing my another hat, what I do in Pakistan. But at the end, I would like to say that 2023 will be a year of profound change for the way we think about freedom of speech in the online space. The European Digital Services Act, which will begin its full implementation over the course of the year, is the largest attempt seen worldwide to create a regulatory framework for online platforms. And we will watch closely how the implementation takes place. One element which is being watched extremely closely in this space is how media and journalistic freedoms are protected and are upheld. For the European Union, this remains something of an unanswered question, and the way this question is resolved and answered is of special interest to us as a board. We are fully operational for the last 2 years, and during that time, we have grappled with some of the challenging aspects of preserving and upholding freedom of speech online at Meta. And 2023, we strongly feel will see governments, regulators, and platforms becoming involved in tackling those issues like never before. At the board, we stand ready to offer any expertise, people who are sitting here, as a self-regulatory mechanism. We have been talking about regulations, tech giants, also talk about their own tools and techniques and policies and community guidelines that they have come up with. And I think it's very important for all of us to think about different solutions. Maybe people who are sitting here in Western democracies have lots of issues with the platforms, but I think it's very important to acknowledge our privilege that some of people in the global majority have nowhere to go, and that's a lifeline for them. And I'm thinking of millions of young women and girls in Pakistan or Iran or in the closed societies who actually do not have access to technology the way people have here. And I think someone actually raised this, I think my fellow panelist from Russia, that it's actually a lifeline. I think we need to see how we are taking these conversations broadly while taking everyone along and not only thinking about our own jurisdictions. And I have a lot to say more on this, but I'll say it in the panel. Thank you so much for listening to me.
Thanks so much. Great. Juan, Barata, please come up here. Juan works on freedom of expression, of course, media regulation and intermediary liability issues. You're also a fellow of the program on platform regulation at the Stanford Cyber Policy Center. Sounds like an important place.
Well,
welcome to Copenhagen, and go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you for the invitation. Good afternoon, everyone. I'll try to speak briefly about the different ways speech, and particularly illegal hate speech, is framed in the online world and the way this has evolved. I think that the first discussions on let's say, freedom of expression online were about whether the categories that we used to apply to the offline world, like illegal, legal, hate speech, etc., could be applied to the online world. And in principle, this discussion counted with the important or the authoritative intervention of the Human Rights Council of the United Nations, saying basically freedom of expression is protected both offline and online. In other words, what is illegal offline is illegal online. Here, I mean, we could take a conclusion from that, which is that we don't need to, for example, redefine hate speech. Hate speech is hate speech, no matter if it is disseminated offline or it is disseminated online. Of course, we may say that hate speech may have a different impact in the online world, may spread in a different manner, but this doesn't mean that needs to be defined in a different way. However, states, and let me use this word, many states have panicked with the internet, seeing that they couldn't control the public sphere the way they used to control it, via licenses, let's say regulatory authorities, so on and so forth. So what states have been doing recently is to renationalize the regulation of speech. So speech, regulation of speech, protection of freedom of expression is less universal than ever. If it was universal at some point. States are, let's say, in a way, renationalizing. People talk about the Balkanization of the internet, something that in the Balkans, of course, they don't like it as an expression, but let's say the renationalization of the internet. And what we have seen also is states creating specific legislation to curb speech online based on concepts that do not apply offline. The dissemination of online rumors, specific definitions of hate speech that are much broader, more vague than the definition of hate speech in the offline world. We see that, I mean, we see this kind of legislation being adopted as we speak. Cybercrime laws, cybersecurity laws, etc., particularly also during the COVID times, making it illegal to spread rumors online, etc. So this is one tendency that we clearly see, and in some cases also we see the adoption of extremely radical measures that can only be adopted in the online world, and which have a very huge impact on freedom of expression, which are, for example, internet shutdowns. Based on national security concerns, based on, let's say, many different types of concern. But we are seeing them in many regions of the world. So that's one area we could talk about, the regulation of online speech, and the specific introduction of specific categories when it comes to the regulation of online speech. This is one territory. Another territory would be the regulation of online platforms. Online platforms, intermediaries have become gatekeepers, have become major players, so that states have seen that they need to be regulated one way or another. The first debates that we saw in this field, and we saw them in the United States, Section 230 of the Communications Decency Act, in the European Union e-commerce directive, were about liability. Are platforms liable? Do they have responsibility if they host illegal content? And here, there was some tension, particularly in Europe. If you moderate content, you have more chances to become liable. That was a little bit the conundrum of the e-commerce directive, the active versus the passive role of platforms. Section 230 in the United States is more straightforward. It says platforms are not liable for keeping up content, or even if they take down content in good faith based on their content moderation policies, they are not liable either. So in a way, content moderation was, let's say, promoted in the United States. Now with the Digital Services Act, this has changed. The Digital Services Act is kind of providing some stimuli for platforms to moderate content. Not only stimuli, but also obligations. In the Digital Services Act, now platforms are supposed to moderate content beyond the law. Beyond the law, we'll talk about that. But platforms are supposed to moderate content. And even what is new, perhaps, when it comes to the Digital Services Act, is the fact that beyond these obligations, also platforms are granted obligations that they didn't have in the past, at least from a legal point of view. Procedural obligations to protect users. Transparency, giving users appeal mechanisms, giving users reporting mechanisms, the obligation to provide a statement of reasons, the existence of alternative dispute resolution mechanisms like the Oversight Board. Now they are covered by a law. This is quite unique in the world, quite special, and this makes the Digital Services Act a very interesting norm. The Digital Services Act doesn't do anything when it comes to defining what is legal, what is illegal. The Digital Services Act defines how platforms moderate content on the basis of categories, illegal, legal, that are established in all the pieces of legislation. But there are also, when it comes to platform regulation, for example, and particularly in Europe, legal provisions that also impose on platforms certain obligations on how to handle illegal content. For example, the Audiovisual Media Services Directive. For example, the regulation on terrorist content online. For example, the Copyright Directive, and more. So there's also this component that the European Union is saying, well, when facing illegal content, you need to do certain things. For example, in the regulation on terrorist content online, if you detect terrorist content, you do not only need to take it down, but you need to take all the possible measures to make sure that it doesn't go up again, which is something relevant in terms of obligations for platforms. So, and there, in this context, also we have the NetzDG in Germany, and also other rules, other norms, other pieces of legislation that go beyond that. The online harms proposal, until in the UK, until recently, was telling platforms, you do not only have the obligation of taking care of illegal content that is posted on your platform, but you also need to deal with legal but harmful content. So you have now the legal obligation to take care of content that is not illegal, but we don't like it. Which is a very strange, from a legal point of view, a very strange and controversial formulation, and particularly if we look at it through the lenses of the right to freedom of expression. So, how is speech framed online? I see three layers. The first layer is international human rights. International human rights law, of course, define freedom of expression and the general limits to freedom of expression. International human rights law particularly applies to states. That's true. Even though in my work, quite often I find that states tend to ignore the existence of international human rights law. And by the way of the discussions we had this morning, I mean, something that I experience quite often in certain parts of the world is like, listen, I mean, you're talking about something that was invented in the contents of the Enlightenment, of a certain relationship between the individual and the state. This is something for the North. I mean, you are here coming with all these, legal standards that don't really fit in our communitarian society where we have different values, etc. Well, that's a struggle. Well, that's a struggle, and I cannot dwell into this, but this is, of course, a very important topic, how to incorporate, even if, for example, in the African system, you have already African instruments, very well developed African instruments, but still assuming human rights and something that states have committed to, nothing imposed from the outside, but something that you have really committed to, is still a struggle. But also now, and this is the new thing, platforms also commit to respect human rights. Something that I might also say, perhaps at this point, is that in my career, I never met a Minister of Information in any country that says that they don't respect freedom of expression. They all respect freedom of expression. They say, in this country, we believe in freedom of expression, we respect freedom of expression. I still even remember that when I was at the OSCE, the Russian ambassador used to start all his interventions in this field with this. In Russia, we have freedom of expression, we respect freedom of expression. The same way that most platforms, they also commit to freedom, human rights as the basic standards. But when it comes to platforms, it's important to note here that, for example, the UN Rapporteur on Freedom of Expression has made reports saying platforms need to respect freedom of expression as enshrined in international human rights law. Of course, this has complexity because, for example, if we look into the idea of legitimacy, there are limits to freedom of expression that might be legitimate within the context of a state, and there are other limits to freedom of expression that might be legitimate within the context of a platform, but not necessarily within the context of a state. So, it's not that easy to incorporate human rights into the platforms, but it's true that, for example, we have seen before me the example of the Oversight Board. I dedicated some time, if I may, some self-promotion to write a paper on this matter, on how the Oversight Board looks into human rights in the context of content moderation. And I can say that my conclusion is that the decisions of the Oversight Board sometimes are more elaborated than the decisions that we see at the level of international courts, truth to be said. No? So the degree of sophistication, perhaps, at some point when you have more and more work, you may have to be a little bit more brief. But so far, this is very elaborated. But even EU legislation, if we look into the Audiovisual Media Services Directive, the Regulation on Terrorist Content Online, the DSA, the EU legislation say when moderating content, platforms need to take into account human rights. What that means, we still don't know, again, because this is something that is very nice to be formulated, but then in practice, when it comes to the applying, let's say, these to specific examples, I think it will be challenging. But the truth is that we see consensus in legal instruments when it comes to the importance of human rights. Then we find, of course, talking about how speech is framed, we find national instruments. I already talked about the laws that frame speech, the laws that impose certain obligations on platforms, but we also see now more sophisticated interventions from states that should raise concern. For example, state addressing a platform and saying, look, this piece of content, I'm not saying it's illegal, but it violates your terms of service. Is that a state request? It should be treated as a state request, or it's something else. Because, of course, for a platform, it's different to receive a complaint from a user saying this is a violation of terms of service, or, let's say, to receive, from the police, of the anti-terrorist unit of the police, a notification saying we believe that that should be taken down, not because it's necessarily illegal, but we believe that it violates your terms of service. That's something interesting. The Oversight Board recently issued a decision on this matter, which I think is very interesting. And then also you have these discussions about prominence regulations. Can states impose on platforms the obligation to give prominence to certain types of speech? Can state regulation impose mass carrier rules on platforms? For example, say, certain types of content, you cannot take them down. You need to give prominence to, I don't know, public service broadcasters, to traditional media, vis-à-vis other types of users. These are discussions that now we are having with some sort of a soft intervention of states on platforms, but it's relevant. I think that, and we need to contemplate it in our discussions. And the third and most important layer here, probably, are the rules that platforms themselves establish. Because these rules go beyond the law. There's this differentiation between what is illegal and all these things that populate platforms that are not illegal, but probably users don't like them. And platforms are deciding on these pieces of content, are saying what is, for example, nudity. There is something that is legal, but we don't want it here. And these type of decisions to define what users deserve to see beyond what is legal is something that is still in the hands of platforms. This is based on their own values, on their own interpretation of human rights, probably. Also, platforms usually try to find, let's say, some sort of a common legal denominator to kind of not to get in trouble in different jurisdictions. So let's ban, for example, let's ban hate speech or the denial of the Holocaust. We know that that is legal in some countries, but it doesn't make sense to say, okay, we geolocalize and this is acceptable here, not acceptable there. Let's create a common denominator and we avoid problems. That is something that affects, let's say, quite a lot the way platforms decide on the content. And the very last element here is users. We users have a certain influence because at the end of the day, of course, what we see in our timeline is connected to what we have chosen in the past, is connected to the people we follow. So we play a certain role, but now is the discussion, we have the discussion on how to empower users, how to give more power to users to decide what kind of content moderation policies they want to be subject to, and the kind of values that need to be defended, let's say, in the context of an online platform. And here you have the discussions about interoperability. And we discussed that in New York a few months ago, also with Justitia. That is really complicated. Can we interconnect platforms so that the user can choose the type of content moderation policies? This triggers technical problems, the problems at the level of privacy, for example, etc., etc. But I think that the future discussions on these matters will be about exactly this, how to empower users. First, because it's good. I think it's good to empower users when it comes to deciding what they want to see. But second, because I think that the model of unilateral content moderation, it's quite unsustainable. I mean, Monika Bickert, she has expressed her frustration. This is something that platforms don't want to do, but they feel forced to do. So some alternative needs to be found because it's frustrating for everyone, and in some cases, it's not good for their reputation. In any case, I mean, this is a conversation that we still need to have. We saw the emergence of Mastodon, for example, which is a model where the users are empowered. Now that Twitter was in this, special situation, but we still, many things still need to be discussed in this field to change the paradigm from, let's say, this unilateral content moderation to something that is more participative, etc. So, but the conclusion also is that we see that we have many layers of influence when it comes to framing speech online. It's not only one type of norm, it's not only one type of intervention, it's not only one type of actor. Here we see many different actors playing many different roles at many different levels. So this is why this is such a fascinating topic, I believe. So thank you very much.
Can I just ask you? Can I just ask just one one thing, it's very interesting, really it is. It's, you mentioned the Digital Services Act.
Yes.
And we don't know yet what it will mean and the consequences. You're critical, obviously, but what are the dangers you see just now?
No, I mean, I think that the Digital Services Act has many positive things. Is perhaps the most sophisticated law on content moderation that we have seen anywhere in the world. It's a law that protects users in a way that they are not protected anywhere else. But at the same time, first, it imposes obligations on platforms to the extent that it's hard to believe that it is possible to fulfill all of them. Because, for example, platforms need to give a statement of reasons every time, not only every time that they take down a piece of content, but every time they take a decision on, for example, demoting a piece of content. Every single time. Is that possible? Is that feasible? Does it make sense? That's one concern. That's the first thing, that it entails it imposes many bureaucratic obligations on platforms. And at the end of the day, this may create an entry barrier. Because, of course, if you want to operate in Europe, you need to, let's say, fulfill many requirements. The other thing is that there are very vague obligations for platforms to make risk assessments, to articulate mitigation measures when it comes to the risks that generate, that may trigger, let's say, the limitation of speech that is legal, but is, let's say, but is seen as harmful in a certain manner. And platforms may feel the pressure of limiting certain types of speech, because at the end of the day, if you don't fulfill these obligations, then you have the European Commission regulating you and having the capacity to impose, let's say, very high fines. So the risk of over-removal or the imposition of excessive restriction on freedom of expression is there. Let's see, I mean, still it is not in force. I mean, it will be, I mean, by the end of next year, and we will see what happens. It's there. But also in the pipeline, we also have other rules that will complement, other laws that will complement the Digital Services Act that might be more problematic. For example, the Media Freedom Act that contains certain provisions, the regulation on political advertising. So let's say that the EU now is in some sort of a legislative spree before, let's say, the end of this mandate when it comes to platform regulation, and still we have plenty to be seen.
Just one quick thing. How is this being looked upon in the States? What is the discussion in the States right now about?
Well, in the States, I see more concern than in Europe when it comes to these European types of legislation.
Of course, and yeah, that would be the normal reaction. Is it moving? Is it?
The other thing is that platforms see these American platforms, of course, they see also, on the other hand, if you wish, they see these as a way to gain legitimacy, in the sense that, look, now we are subjected to all these rules, in Europe. Now we will fulfill all these rules that are very complex, very complicated. So now, next time I take a decision you don't like, well, it's not my fault. Yeah. So for platforms, in a way, that is good, in the sense that it gives them legitimacy, and on the other hand, I think that it prevents competition, because it's going to be very hard for a competitor to enter the market if they have to fulfill.
But there is still the same skepticism in the States. It's the same, it hasn't changed.
The question is that now the states are also, I mean, trying to change things. We see the laws in Texas, the law is in Florida, the attempts to change Section 230. So also, I mean, there are things moving in the states to incorporate or to adopt legislation that might incorporate some of the things that we see in the DSA. Right. But it's still very early to tell. But things are moving in the states as well, and we're also expecting some interesting decisions from the Supreme Court on cases that relate to platform liability, which may change a little bit the way we look into it, particularly from the traditional vision of Section 230.
Right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. Kerem is already here. Altiparmak, Kerem Altiparmak, co-founder of Freedom of Expression Association. You're currently the legal consultant to International Commission of Jurists and also the former chair of Human Rights Center at the Ankara Bar Association, right?
Yeah.
You have a lot of work in Turkey these months and years.
Yes.
Tell us about
it. It has always been in this way. I'll talk about a regime playing basketball in an ice hockey field, but very successful in claiming that this game should also be recognized as ice hockey. Just when I arrived yesterday to Copenhagen, I learned that the mayor of the largest city in Europe, Istanbul, was sentenced to 2 years, 7 months imprisonment for calling the election board as fools. And the very same election board cancelled his first victory in the Istanbul elections, and he won the second one even with a bigger margin. But of course, I will not call them fools, because I know that it's a crime in Turkey. But even talking in this way might be a crime. So I was in a meeting last month in Albania, where a lot of European judges participated, and all of them talked about the European Court's new mission to address authoritarian regimes. But they didn't name the states, and they didn't define what authoritarianism is. So I will try to give a small definition, which is related to our topic. I believe that what makes a regime authoritarian is not the fact that all decisions are taken by a majority or a single person or a group of people. The control of public discourse is what makes a regime authoritarian. And in an authoritarian regime, what can be debated in public and how can it be debated, decided by those in power? We already talked about Russia. This is not war, it's a special military operation. And you're not allowed to call it war. Or in Turkey, you cannot question government's intentions to interfere with the Syrian war because it's again, in one way or another, seen as a support to terrorism. So introduction of different views on politically critical issues are prohibited in authoritarian regimes. And obviously in modern era, internet is a big challenge for authoritarian regimes, as it creates alternative platforms for the opposition that might affect the public discourse. So for authoritarian regimes, there are two ways to address this problem, to control internet and social media. The first way to do it is to create an internet through total control of internet, to impose blanket bans on certain social media websites like Twitter, Facebook, and others. But this is how China, Iran, and North Korea address the risks created by internet. However, there's another less restrictive way to control internet and social media. This is by using complex legal procedures to control internet and social media, relying on some international values, other states' legislation. We've been talking about this. Look, Europeans do it, so we can do it as well, strategy. Turkey, a member of Council of Europe, a candidate to the European Union, of course cannot follow the path of China or North Korea. So the ruling parties in the country has therefore preferred the second way. Turkish authorities firstly have abused already existing legal tools to silence oppositional voices. I will give some examples. But in addition to this, in years the government has developed a very sophisticated internet regime to block anything critical about
the state. And to justify this, it relied on universal values like protection of children from harmful content, protection of private life, reputation, fight against disinformation, or fight against terrorism. Firstly, using already existing law, abuse of criminal law, defamation cases, this works as a one-way traffic. Even the conviction of Istanbul mayor is a very good example of that. Even in liberal regimes, it is highly questionable whether internet and social media still provide us a real free space for all. Even minorities nowadays develop strategies to silence others that they see as a risk for their cause. That's why we frequently see invitations to join cancel campaigns. How can you invite that person to your organization or your conference? That person should be silenced, people say on internet. However, at least in legal regimes where judiciary acts impartially, these campaigns can be responded by those who are the subject of the campaign, and that person might say that this is unfair to cancel me. However, where judicial authorities do not address the requests coming from different political groups and cultural groups, invitations made through social media might be one of the main tools for stifling democracy. This is what's happening in Turkey. The European Court of Human Rights recently has concluded that a number of criminal law provisions of the Turkish law do not meet the legality standards of the convention. Amongst them are insult to president, insult to public servants, insult to state and state institutions, membership to terrorist organization, aiding and abetting terrorist organization. All those crimes, according to Turkish judicial authorities, can be committed through social media by posts. And when a person is targeted through internet, social media for committing those crimes by pro-government accounts, journalists and websites, then there's no way to escape from this. More than 44,000 people have been prosecuted for insulting the president in Turkey. More than 200,000 people have been investigated since Erdogan became the president. So we're talking about from 2014 to 2022. Turkish authorities very frequently show other states' legislations as an excuse for the existence of that provision. Yes, insult to Queen, King in Netherlands is prohibited, or in Spain it is prohibited. I'm not defending them, but those provisions are very rarely implemented. But we're talking about 200,000 cases. They're very similar for membership to terrorist organization. It might really surprise you, but in 7 years, close to 2 million people have been investigated for being a member of a terrorist organization in Turkey. So when a journalist targeted by pro-government accounts, trolls, accusing that person has committed the crime of insult to president, prosecutors quickly respond. In the case of Sedef Kabash, a female journalist, the campaign started after she cited a proverb in a television program, and in a very short time, leading politicians, even the president of communication, condemned her, and she was arrested. And she stayed in custody for 40 days for insulting the president. And finally, she was released after she received 2 years and 4 months imprisonment sentence. In another case, Turkish singer Gülşen, she's known as Turkish Madonna, she made a joke about religious schools in a concert. 4 months after that joke, someone found it and put on social media. What happened? A similar thing. All pro-government accounts started to target her, and she was arrested for inciting hatred against who? Students of the religious schools. That's really ridiculous because it's vague and unforeseeable. But this is not enough for the government to control the public debate. So the government has developed a very sophisticated internet law. This law called Regulation of Publications on the Internet, Combating Crimes Committed by Means of Such Publications. It was enacted 15 years ago and originally aimed to protect children from harmful content. Then it protected the children of politicians rather than the general children. And it has been amended 14 times since its adoption, which with each amendment, both quantity and quality of restrictions have increased to a level of suffocation of freedom of speech on the internet. As the end of 2021, a total of 574,798 websites and domain names was blocked from Turkey. And according to the Twitter and Facebook transparency reports, Turkey has been one of the top requesters from social media companies to remove content in the last decade. The authority to issue or request blocking order is granted to judicial organs, but also numerous administrative bodies under various laws and regulations in Turkey. But the access blocking orders mainly issued by the newly created criminal peace judges. They rely on different provisions of Law 5651. This is the internet law. How it works, just give a couple of information about this law. For instance, by virtue of Article 8A, the power to remove content and or block access to a website in order to protect the right to life or security of life and property, ensure national security, protect public order, prevent crimes, or protect public health is vested primarily with judges. How it works? The administrative body makes a list, hundreds of different URLs. It is presented to the criminal peace judge, and of course this criminal peace judge does not visit every single URL, and in less than an hour it orders the decision, and all websites are required to remove the content when that decision is rendered. From 2015 to the end of 2020, access to more than 23,135 internet addresses, including YouTube videos, Facebook accounts, Twitter accounts, were prohibited by those decisions. And a lot of, by the way, a lot of news agencies' websites entirely banned by those decisions, especially pro-Kurdish websites. They are seen as a threat to the national security, and those websites have been banned under that provision. Another one is the protection of personal rights, Article 9, entitled Removal of Content from Publication and Blocking of Access. And this has made it possible to block access to content to prevent violation of personal rights. But what is personal rights? If a politician is allegedly committed a corruption, then it's an attack to his personal rights, her personal rights. So you can't say a single word about Erdogan and his family because it is seen as an attack of personal rights, and quickly a removal decision is ordered by the criminal peace judge. Companies that really have big constructions affecting environment, companies also claim that their personal rights are affected by the news published by newspapers, internet news agencies. So Article 9 is another source of abuse for the government. And I'm coming to the final nail in the coffin concerning the time limit. The only way to voice opposition in Turkey is social media, because when a decision is ordered, social media companies do not always comply with the judgment. Twitter denies to implement many decisions ordered by the Turkish criminal peace judges. So how can you oblige them to do this? So the final amendment made in the law, which is generally known as disinformation law, includes some provisions about social media companies. But starting with press law, now internet news agencies are brought into press law. Now, from now on, they will be seen as periodicals, and they will subject to press law. It means that, of course, there are some positive parts of this, but it also means that the right to correction can also be used and abused by politicians against those internet news agencies. Even the news is removed, those internet news agencies will be required to publish the corrections sent by politicians. So there's no way to reject this because there's very high fines that can be imposed against internet news agencies. A new crime is created, overtly disseminating false information to mislead the public. The name of the crime. Any person who overtly disseminates false information contrary to the facts about the internal and external security, public order, and public health, with the motive exclusively to create distress, fear, and panic among public, and in a manner conducive to disturb public space, shall be sentenced to imprisonment from 1 to 3 years. We haven't seen any implementation so far, but the leader of the opposition party was accused by public prosecutor. He has an immunity, so we don't know how it will proceed, but all political speeches might be categorized under this new crime. The Venice Commission, Council of Europe's Venice Commission, criticized the Turkish government, and one thing is very interesting. The Turkish government claims that other European members of Council of Europe also have similar provisions. So Turkey is adopting what Europeans already have. And the Venice Commission reports shows us that this is a disinformation. So the disinformation provision is based on disinformation, because the report clearly makes it clear that there's no such provision in those countries. And what will be the effect on social media, final thing of this law? First of all, from now on, the Turkish authorities will be able to require social media companies to give information about users. So far, social media companies did not have representation in Turkey, but they will have to establish a branch in Turkey. The representative should be either a Turkish citizen or a Turkish company. And when certain crimes, according to Turkish prosecutors, are committed, social media companies will have to hand over the names and information about those people. That's the first thing. If they fail to do this, their bandwidth might be reduced up to 90% in Turkey by the Turkish authorities. Technically, it's a total ban. Secondly, from now on, they will have to remove the content requested by the Turkish authorities. If they fail to do so, first, the advertisements to those companies in Turkey will be limited. Then first 50% of bandwidth, and then 90% of bandwidth will be reduced in Turkey if they do not comply with the decision of the criminal peace judge or the administrative authorities. Plus, they will have to create a department to work with Turkish authorities to remove the title tags and highlighted content. If title tags and highlighted content involves a crime, social media company that does not remove the content in 4 hours might face a criminal investigation itself, either the representative or other people. And if the content that threatens the life and property is known by social media company, and if any delays might cause risks, social media company is required to inform the authorities about the content and the content maker. So social media companies will have to work as a fourth arm of the Turkish authorities if they want to remain operating in Turkey. So the Telecommunication Authority might carry out inspections at the premises of the social media company, and they are also required to locate the data in Turkey. So elections are coming and bells are ringing. I hope that this is not my final speech outside my own country. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yeah, please. Kerem, Juan and Nighat, come up here. There is a certain overlap between this session and the last session. It seems it's quite interesting how authoritarian regimes are using Western regulation as a pretext or an excuse. What could be done to avoid this? It seems like a quite difficult paradox.
This is to me.
Yeah.
We've been discussing at different levels on this. The European Court of Human Rights, for instance, are, as I stated, they claim that they address authoritarian regimes without naming them, and they are trying to treat different regimes according to the same rules. So when you do it, then those regimes want to be treated equally. So my domestic remedies should be exhausted as yours. That's the argument Russians, Turks, and other Azeris raised before the European Court of Human Rights. Even yesterday, the Turkish Minister of Justice stated that no one can order Turkish judges. That's why I will not comment on the conviction of Istanbul mayor. Everybody knows that. Judiciary is the main problem. So if something to be corrected, it is the system itself, judiciary itself. Without addressing the problems in judiciary, there is no way to solve the problems relating to freedom of expression. So what can we do? We can be honest to see that those domestic remedies are not effective. If international human rights really want to work, as this morning stated, you cannot treat basketball as ice hockey. You have to play according to the rules. And if the rulers are violating them, then you have to make distinction between regimes playing according to the rules and others acting against those rules. That's why I think the main problem is about the judiciary and the quality of rule of law, even before freedom of expression.
Yes.
I think there are several ways to look into it, and one, I mean, I wear another hat where, you know, I work at Digital Rights Foundation in Pakistan, and what I'm seeing is that civic spaces are shrinking rapidly, and the voices who are very vital and crucial to criticize powerful actors, be it governments or tech giants, these voices are being silenced. And I think it's very important to see what Western democracies actually can do so that these voices can still survive in their own jurisdictions and in their own countries, and still be critical to the, powerful regimes that they are being, critical to. If these voices won't be there, I don't think that, then only the powerful actors will be there, and
Right.
yeah.
It's interesting because Pakistan, I mean, it's using the same excuses like clamping down on extremism and false information and so on in order to shrink these public spaces, especially on social media and tech platforms. Can I just ask you how I mean, could the private rules of engagement and terms of service in the big tech companies and social media platforms be strengthened in order to protect users in Turkey or Pakistan or Russia, for instance, or anywhere else?
Yeah, so when you were talking about the regulation, I was like, okay, it feels like the rules around removal of harmful content in Pakistan that is being now applied and being also challenged in the court actually are the same. I was like, are they copy-pasting each other? Yeah, so I mean, we are seeing the same trends around regulatory framework, criminalizing speech online, and in the name of regulating tech platforms in our own countries are actually trying to control users and trying to fetch their data from these tech companies by pushing them to register in our countries where there is actually no safety for the companies, but at the same time, no really data protection regulatory framework for the users. And I think for some of us, it's like relying on these, as I said earlier, that these social media platforms might be a form of entertainment in some jurisdictions, but for some it's a lifeline. And that's why it's so important for me personally, not being part of Oversight Board, but me personally living in Pakistan, seeing how, it's much needed for users, especially the marginalized ones, especially the vulnerable ones who usually don't find space and voice in the offline space. That's the only lifeline for them. So we tend to rely on platforms because we know that the regulatory frameworks are so draconian that, who is the more, I would say, who is the less evil, for us. So relying on them, but I think at the same time, sitting in the Oversight Board, I noticed one thing, that all this diversity in the board is actually bringing knowledge from the difficult context and helping us to take decisions that usually big tech giants cannot really see, right, even though they have a lot of resources. And that's why, in one of the cases that you mentioned, the UK drill case, we have just released a decision. We actually asked company, their relationship with the law enforcement. The UK is a democracy, established democracy, but how the relationship sort of work between the tech giant and the law enforcement and the government is a huge question, and we asked this difficult question to Meta, basically.
Right.
No, by the way of what you were saying, that authoritarian regimes using, let's say, democratic liberal examples. There's a study that Jacob knows well about the influence of the NetzDG, the German NetzDG, in authoritarian regimes. And it seems that, let's say, the German NetzDG law, which was seen as reasonably good within the European context and the system of checks and balances in Germany, if taken to Vietnam or authoritarian regimes where, this system of checks and balances doesn't exist, of course, the outcome is completely different. And I can tell you that during that period of time, every time I was having discussions with governments of countries that were not 100% democratic, the first question was, tell us about that NetzDG law in Germany. This is what they wanted to know about. So, and the question here is that, we need to admit that in the North or the West, sometimes we make bad laws. And the risk of making bad laws, it's not only that, these laws may affect the rights of citizens in this part of the world, but it's also that they may be copied, used in other parts of the world to make things even worse.
So a private oversight body is preferred to you? you would prefer a private oversight body in Meta or any other social platform than a government interference? And
it depends. I think that there are things that governments and judges need to do, and there are other things that need to be left to self-regulation. And this is not new at the end of the day. No, here, this is a different type of self-regulation, but at the end of the day, it's self-regulation. No? What is also interesting about the oversight board, it's that, the Oversight Board applies human rights to the internal rules of Meta.
Yeah.
So, because when there's a legal request coming from a state authority, the Oversight Board cannot intervene. So it does not analyze legality, but it uses human rights law to assess community standards.
Right.
Another interesting example, I believe, it's the right to be forgotten. The famous right to be forgotten in Europe, that then, of course, in countries like Turkey, Russia, the way this has been, and say, no, this is an European thing. We use it, but of course the way it has been and it has been incorporated into these legal systems is horrible. I don't think it's a thing of ignorance. Because some people say, perhaps we need to explain to them. We need to go and explain this is how it works, etc. No, I don't think it is a mistake. It's just, let's say, taking the idea, tweaking it and adapting it to the local needs to do something that is terrible.
As a journalist, to be forgotten is not a right, but a horrible threat, of course.
Can I?
Yes, please. Yeah.
Shamelessly using my status as an organizer to come with a comment more than a question, but you can also comment on it. I think there are actually some good practices where democracies have led. So I mentioned briefly the Helsinki process, so the adoption of the Helsinki Final Act, which basically saw Western states make agreements with the communist states that included human rights language, including important language about strengthening freedom of expression, independent media, and so on. I think the Soviet bloc basically saw it as empty promises. Okay, we'll sign on to this. If you respect our borders, nothing will happen. We're just paying lip service. But it also meant that Western democracies bet that human rights and free speech, especially, was a competitive advantage for democracies in the fight against authoritarian states. And basically saying, okay, so we'll use these human rights standards to empower dissidents behind the Iron Curtain. We'll set up human rights organizations that can get information from dissidents, amplify it. But at the same time, we agree not to crack down on Soviet disinformation within Western states. We allow not to ban socialist parties, even though their political programs run against the basis of our governance. And I think that turned out pretty well. Another good example from the international arena is the whole fight over defamation of religion. So this was basically a campaign by the Organization of Islamic Cooperation to say that blasphemy should be banned under human rights. And this campaign succeeded for a while until the State Department made a conscious campaign to rally a lot of countries around and saying, no, actually, blasphemy is protected by freedom of expression. You have the right to criticize and mock religion. And suddenly a number of African countries and others joined this agenda. And this actually helped establish much stronger standards for the protection of free speech at the international level. But these are sort of clear examples of democracies leading the way on strengthening free speech standards, putting their money where their mouth is, but at the same time also acknowledging that this means that people can say things that you don't like, but that's basically what you have to suffer. I mean, that's the real meaning of tolerance. Tolerance means that you have to accept ideas that you don't like, and that's baked into the principle of free speech. I don't really think there's a way for democracies to have it both ways. Democracies can't say on the one hand, oh, we're going to ban the stuff that we don't like, while at the same time lampooning authoritarian states when they go further than that. So I think we need to get back to that spirit and acknowledge free speech as a competitive advantage for democracies when they're fighting authoritarian states.
Just a brief, very brief remark to, follow on what has just been said. Something that was overflying the debate this morning, but I always like to mention in this kind of gatherings, which is to say that freedom of expression is about viewpoint absolutism. I agree. I think that another good definition here that I would like to put on the table is that there's free speech where you don't have the right not to be offended. Where you don't have the right not to be offended. So if you have the right not to be offended, then there's no free speech. If someone can be offended and this offense is persecuted by the law, then you don't have free speech. The real test for free speech is that nobody has the right not to be offended, which is different from the right not to be harmed. I think that sometimes it's difficult to draw the line, of course, and this also has to do with blasphemy and the difference between, at the end of the day, the end of the project of defamation of religion opened the door to the Rabat Plan of Action, right. Going further when it comes to hate speech, and I think that this is where you draw the line.
Flemming Rose earlier pointed at that the speed or the space between harm and between being offended and being harmed is smaller. It's getting more and more narrow.
It's very relevant because this is where we draw the line.
Yeah.
Between, and perhaps something that is harmful is not harmful here in Denmark.
Yes.
The same thing if it's said in Pakistan.
Yeah.
It is harmful. And perhaps in Pakistan it is hate speech. And we cannot say it. But
okay, good. All right. Questions or comments? Yeah, please go ahead.
Hi. In relation to what you said in the Oversight Board, I would like to ask, what do you think which role do you think social media plays in reacting to crises such as the one you just mentioned in Afghanistan, and to prevent disinformation to spreading in such events?
Mm-hmm.
When the Afghanistan conflict started, what we noticed as a board, but also living right next to Afghanistan, that these tech giants were not actually ready to deal with the unexpected sort of things that happened there around online spaces, but also they were not really ready to deal with that. While responding to this, I'm actually wearing two hats. One is, running the cyber harassment helpline in Pakistan, where we started getting lots of calls from the journalists who were really worried about their devices, but their online information that was available and being tracked by Taliban. And while sitting on board, what we were seeing that lots of media organizations and journalists who were actually reporting about the conflict and mentioning Taliban, their content was taken down. They started being taken down by the platforms, different platforms, but we were seeing what was happening on Meta. Why? Because Taliban was added as, and I believe still added as the dangerous organization list in the Meta's policies. But we then got a case and decided on that case and told Meta that the decisions that you have been taking while taking down this content, and I believe it was Al Jazeera case, I exactly don't remember, but it was related to Afghanistan conflicts where journalists were reporting and their content was being taken down. And we told company very clearly, first of all, we sort of overturned that decision and asked them to put the content back on the internet because it was journalists reporting the conflict from Afghanistan or about Afghanistan, mentioning Taliban, and we said that it's a newsworthy content. So you really need to protect what journalists are saying, what media organizations are saying in conflict zones, and while still governments and tech giants are struggling, whether Taliban are a de facto government or still dangerous organization.
Mm-hmm. Yeah?
Can
Anyone
I
else?
add a thing
Yeah, please.
about this Helsinki spirit and how difficult to catch it now? Right to be forgotten is a very good example. When you need, you adapt this concept to your domestic law. And you said, okay, now we have a right to be forgotten. So a thing happened 3 years ago about a politician should be forgotten now, delete everything. Then, for instance, you, as an outsider, say that, oh, this is not right to be forgotten. You are mistaken. And suddenly, the local authority says that we don't have anything to learn from you. Our judges, our law is independent. When you need it, you adopt it. But when it is criticized, when the implementation is criticized, then we don't have anything to learn. Because there's a rise of nationalism and conservatism everywhere. And this is presented as anti-imperialism. So teaching some legal concepts to those authorities are perceived as a tool of imperialism and abused by them. So that is very odd. You transfer when you need it, but when you're criticized for misimplementing it, then you say that, no, we don't have anything to learn from you. So that's why nowadays it's quite difficult to catch this Helsinki spirit, I'm afraid.
Okay, I'll just ask you, the Facebook, Meta, was like most other social platforms for quite some time resisting the calls for self-regulation. We are only a platform, we are infrastructure, we can't do this, we are not media. Now there is the oversight body, and it seems that Meta has really taken it on. It's having a more and more important function in the organization. So it seems that Meta is now somewhere between, because of the self-regulation, somewhere between infrastructure and media, making it probably stronger. You raised the awareness that it might also be a problem that is creating a much stronger monopoly. I mean, it's impossible to get into the fight with a company like Meta when you also have to have a self-regulating body like this. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I think that there has been an evolution, an important evolution in this field. I think that tech companies in the early 2000s, they were very much, they had this very much liberal approach to free speech. Yeah. First Amendment, California, I mean, this kind of, say, here we allow anyone to say whatever they want, and the limit is very, very far away.
But they were just infrastructure, so they were...
They were just infrastructure, and I mean, they were not even, in terms of, let's say, internal rules, they thought that there was no need for internal rules to govern speech, because it was just this idea of the marketplace of ideas, etc., which is something that probably makes sense within the context of Silicon Valley, California, and a certain vision of the world, let's say, no, of the hippie, if you wish, vision. But these companies became global. These companies started to host many different types of content, perhaps content that they were not expecting. For example, I mean, this morning you mentioned John Perry Barlow. I think that the idea that he had of the internet was some sort of a space where the elite was going to discuss about noble things. Probably he didn't envisage the internet of a place where, I mean, crazy people would be saying crazy things. I think that that was a vision a little bit elitist in the sense of this is a space where everybody will be equal and we will learn from each other because et cetera, no? But then things change, and I think that companies started to realize that they needed some internal rules. And if you see the evolution in terms of numbers, in terms of the content moderation team that Facebook had in 2005 or 2006, and today, I mean, it's incredible. They had just a bunch of people with a little booklet, I mean, trying to figure out, and now, I mean, it has become something extremely sophisticated. And also, I think that companies change the behavior. I mean, in the, let's say, 10 years ago, when people in Brussels were telling them, we'll regulate you, the reaction was, well, we are an American company, you cannot regulate us, forget about that. No? And now this has changed. Now, I mean, the tendency is to say, no, we will incorporate more internal rules, and we accept the legitimacy of institutions like the European Union to regulate us. And even in the case of Meta, they say, and we like it. Because Meta, I mean, Mark Zuckerberg always says, no, we are for regulation. We understand that we need to be regulated. Right. No? So there has been an evolution. A revolution based, of course, on corporate interests, because, I mean, of course, at some point it was understood that this, I mean, idea of saying we are not regulated and you can say whatever you want, it was not good for them. And now they have realized, for economic, for reputation reasons, etc., that they need to embrace regulation, and they need to embrace self-regulation. And this is why, for example, the Oversight Board was created. So it's an interesting revolution that has taken years, but I think it is worth analyzing it in detail, because you see that many things have changed in the way.
Yeah. And of course, you know, self-regulation is one innovative solution towards several, you know, and that's why there is always that, you know, like a sort of positivity that yes, regulatory frameworks from Western democracies are fine, but at the same time, I think it's also, it sort of brings another risk that I'm, you know, sort of thinking by, you know, like about Turkey, about Pakistan, about jurisdictions where we also have regulatory frameworks. So when our governments say that you are following the framework from EU and other jurisdictions, then why you are not listening to us? And that makes a very, you know, that put companies into a difficult situations. And that's where my worry is that they, when they talk to the government, at least, you know, there is some sort of transparency towards users. So public can question the government or and question the company. And correct me if I'm wrong, I don't know. I feel that there is more transparency here than our part of the world. But when it happens in our part of the world, when companies speak to the regulators and governments behind doors, there is no transparency. So we don't know what are the negotiations happening behind doors. And the rules that the regulation that you were talking, same kind of rules we have in Pakistan. In recent development, just last week, we learned that under the same rules that are still challenged in the court, and the court said that these rules should go back to the parliament and parliamentarians should discuss because these violate fundamental freedoms. The regulator are still implementing the rules despite the order from the court, and Google registered its local office in Pakistan. And they are not transparent about it. We just found out through media. So that's the lack of, and I think Monika mentioned this in the morning, and she actually pressed that transparency should be the key for the companies and the governments. But the lack of transparency in some jurisdictions actually are a big, massive issue when the draconian regulations are there and when companies and governments are talking to each other and users don't know what they are talking about.
Right. Okay. maybe in the end here we should talk a bit about Twitter as an example of everything we're talking about here. What's going on in Twitter? Of course, Elon, our friend, is claiming that this is well. He's really referring to what you're talking about was the actual argument a few years ago from most companies that we have a unlimited First Amendment freedom of speech. This is what we're doing. Everybody should be here. We're just a platform. What do you think is going on, and how has the way things have changed made that different?
I would just say a smaller thing and then you can elaborate. I think Elon made Meta look better. that would be my small comment.
Yeah.
No, and I think that also Elon Musk gave value to the work that had been previously being done at Twitter. I mean, people realized that the Twitter safe and trust and safety teams that were in place, they were doing a great job, and they were doing a complicated job, and that moderating content is not that easy. So this is what, I mean, Elon Musk has shown so far. He says that he wants to implement this model. It's still not clear. I mean, the model, the new First Amendment model, that only the law is the limit. But it's still not clear because the community standards are still there. I mean, the community standards of Twitter, I mean, as far as I know, they haven't been changed so far. So they are still there. But it seems that he's dismantling let's say, the content moderation teams, etc. It is not clear what is going on. But of course, if he wants to change things, he will have to change the community standards. He would have to change many things that remain there so far as they are. The other thing that, of course, is important is the fact that Twitter is subjected to the Digital Services Act. So there are things that cannot be dismantled because there are obligations included in the Digital Services Act when it comes to risk mitigation, when it comes to, I mean, transparency, when it comes to information given to the user, etc., that Twitter will have to respect. And we'll see. I mean, now we see all these photo opportunities of Elon Musk with, I mean, EU commissioners, etc. But then at some point, he may be facing, I mean, if he continues doing these kind of things, he may be facing serious penalties, not only when it comes to DSA obligations, but also when it comes to data protection obligations. So it's still quite uncertain because, I mean, the Digital Services Act establishes that it is applicable to platforms that, even if they are not based in Europe, platforms that, let's say, target an European audience. And this is the case of Twitter. The other thing is that, I mean, this is the Digital Services Act. If another country had established such a thing, we would be criticizing it. Saying, oh, you are violating the principle of country of origin. Also, the Digital Services Act says that you need, I mean, companies need to have a representative in Europe. Other countries have been criticized for establishing that because, of course, there was the concern that these people could be arrested. No, of course, but still, I mean, the provision is exactly the same. No? So, I mean, first thing, we need to see what really happens with Twitter, because perhaps Elon Musk wants to radically change even the business model, and he wants to use Twitter perhaps for something else, let's say another PayPal. So this is what some people say. And the other thing that we, of course, we need to expect to see is what will happen with let's say, when European authorities will start, I mean, applying the laws, the applicable new laws to Twitter, and they find, of course, probably they will find certain violations.
I would also argue that this whole idea that Twitter was doing a really good job before Elon is also really absurd, because these platforms have structural problems. The in their design when they started. And I think we tend to ignore this the way this whole conversation sort of takes place from Silicon Valley and then sort of influence the entire world around tech and, you know, around these tech giants is also very problematic. Now everyone is talking about that Twitter is bad because Elon took over. The problem is that Twitter was, if not that bad, Twitter was also not perfect for the global majority. But because the global majority was never part of the conversation, that how these platforms are responding to the users in those jurisdictions is actually part of the problem. And now again, what we are seeing is overnight, everyone is talking about that Elon has taken over. That's why the platform is bad. No, I think we should really start this conversation from the, from the structural point of view, that why these platforms are bad in terms of their structure, in terms of their design, in terms of the products that they have introduced in the past, all of that, not just overnight. You know, I also find this whole thing really problematic where, you know, the Silicon Valley is taking over this entire, conversation and narrative.
Can I ask you, why are you in the board?
Well, I decided to be part of the board because the way I'm criticizing these companies now, I have been criticizing the company for over a decade now. While sitting in the global south, I see how these companies have been responding to the marginalized groups and vulnerable users. And it has been tiring, and I was exhausted. And when the whole conversation around board was started, seeing how our governments are bringing these regulatory frameworks where we have no power as users, and then seeing at least companies are bringing self-regulatory models where at least we will have powers to change the internal systems to some extent, or at least tell the companies that they are wrong here and they need to change it. And that's why I decided to be part of the board, that at least our voices are there. I mean, I'm seeing all these whiteboards, and it's not good for the global majority.
Yeah.
I think that this morning, I mean, listening to Monika Bickert, we saw, because she was very honest and a bit even candid, saying, I mean, describing the issues that she has when it comes to content moderation. At some point, I think she was mentioning, every morning I have my team, people from my team saying, oh, we took this down and we shouldn't have, and now we need to take this down, but we didn't see it, etc. So
it's like listening to the editorial board in a newspaper.
Exactly. So, I mean, one would have assumed that these things happen in a more rational manner or more, but no, it's her that she has meetings with the team, and all of a sudden someone says, oh, look, this is, I don't know, maybe we shouldn't have done this. Okay, what do we do now? I mean, the way she was...
Maybe the decisions, or maybe the decisions of the board are keeping them up at night.
Yeah, right. No, so, I mean, I think it was very, I mean, I was surprised to see this exercise of honesty describing this, because this is the impression that sometimes we have when it comes to important decisions taken by Facebook, for example. No, when for example, I mean, Donald Trump, his account was suspended, etc. No, because it was up, and then all of a sudden it went down, and it seems that, I mean, they couldn't find Mark Zuckerberg. Then finally they found him, and he said, oh, what do we do now? Okay, let's take it down, because, I mean, it was something. I mean, the sequence was not logical. I mean, it was like, I mean, you could imagine people making phone calls, talking to each other, and then say, what do we do now? Okay, let's do this and see what happens. No? And I think that is one of the problems here, that sometimes we have the impression that these companies are like okay, what do we do now? No? I mean, and then, of course, this gives you a feeling of, I would say, okay, are we safe in their hands? No? Because we might assume that the decisions are taken in a more rational basis, because I'm sure that if the president of Zambia or somewhere else had made the same statement, I mean, they would have applied to him the regular procedure.
Right.
I'm sure they wouldn't have woken up Mark Zuckerberg at his hotel and say, what do we do now, etc. No, I mean, by default,
Right.
I mean, we have the impression that...
That's good. I'm not sure Mark Zuckerberg sleeps at all, so I think he can... Okay, Kerem?
Yeah, one very concrete problem about Twitter while we were talking about country health policy thing. I mean, even before states enacted their own regulations, Twitter made some negotiations with the governments. In 2014, before the elections, Turkey totally banned Twitter in Turkey. And I was the applicant before the Constitutional Court, so proudly responsible for the lifting of this ban that year. But following this event, because Turkey realized that they couldn't continue this ban forever, they invited the Twitter team to Turkey. As you stated, there were negotiations behind the doors, and then Turkey started to use this country withheld policy. So, I mean, if it is not forbidden in the United States or in Europe, that same content should be accessible in Turkey. What does it mean, country health policy? This is unacceptable. A lot of accounts used by Turkish opposition account holders living abroad are still not accessible in Turkey because of this country health policy. So I think even before Elon Musk, Twitter had its own serious problems, and those problems transferred to the new owner of the company. I'm not expecting him to solve this anyway. But
all right, over here, please.
Yeah, so today Danish newspaper Berlingske reports that the French satellite television distributor Eutelsat has been ordered by the French television authority Arcom to quit showing to or distributing to Russian TV channels. Is this a clear-cut case of recession in the freedom of speech and walking away from the competitive advantage, as Jacob puts it, or what is your take on this? And what do you think the implications are?
There was a legal dispute in France because it was not clear whether the regulator had the power to, but this is some sort of legal technicality, if you wish, whether it had to be the judge, etc. This is not the first time that this discussion takes place in France, because more than 10 years ago, there was this Lebanese television channel that was received by Eutelsat in France, Almanar, that had, I mean, according to French legislation, had anti-Semitic content, and they tried to ban it, and there was a long legal process. So this is not new, let's say, no. But this case, of course, it is very, very relevant because, first of all, there's a treaty. I mean, I would need to locate it, but there's an international prohibition or a provision in international law when it comes to jamming TV signals. You cannot jam TV signals. And there's a treaty somewhere that says that this cannot be done. But this is something that is quite forgotten, because I think this applied to radio. But in addition to that, I mean, I think that, well, in this case, when it comes to Russian television channels, this is in application of something that was decided by the European Council a few months ago. But in this case, I mean, I would also say that, I mean, I don't believe this is the best way to deal with this matter, because, I mean, I think that the decision taken by the Council is very deficient in the sense that it doesn't contain a clear description of the type of content that we want to try to avoid, because in countries based on the rule of law and the respect of fundamental rights, when you adopt a decision against a television channel, you need to have a regulatory judicial decision where you identify pieces of content. And you need to describe, analyze pieces of content, and you check them against the law, and you say, okay, this is a legal violation, and this is why I'm imposing this penalty to you. If you read the decision of the European Council on banning RT, etc., it's just a paragraph saying, RT is disseminating propaganda, blah, 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 so we don't want it in Europe. This is why we ban it. Well, this kind of decision is the decision of an authoritarian regime, because you do not properly describe the kind of content, you are not saying why this content is illegal, and you are not saying why the decision that you are taking is proportionate to the harm that this content has created. I mean, and this is the way you need to proceed every time you impose a sanction of this nature, no? And this is not the case, no? So, I from the very beginning, I criticized this approach, because this is, a decision that is Europe taking this decision has decided in the Russian way instead of the European way. Has acted as an authoritarian regime without, the safeguards. I know that then the court dismissed, there was, someone tried to go before the court, it didn't work, etc. But I'm very critical when it comes to this decision, honestly.
Yeah.
An interesting precedent is about Denmark. There was a Roche TV versus Denmark case decided by the European Court of Human Rights, and I was trying to find the name, and I fall into your website, by the way. The European Court very rarely implements Article 17 in freedom of expression cases, and in Roche TV versus Denmark, it's used Article 17 to reject the application of the television. But in that case, there was a direct link between the terrorist organization and the television company. So there should be a link between the content and the requirement of prohibition. When this doesn't exist, any excuse to ban a television station is unacceptable and against the European Convention, International Covenant of International Human Rights Standards. So I agree with you on this. Yeah.
All right. I guess we are the group left that is not in the new government, and that's why we're still here. It's much better to be outside, I'm sure. Thanks so much for being here. We'll wrap it up, this panel. Great, very nice, interesting contribution. Thank you very much. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Let me also just, as the organizer, thank you, all of you, for coming here. Our panelists for some great insights. I think we have covered a lot of territory, both in terms of subject matter and countries. So, and this was exactly what we wanted to do. We hope that those of you who were present today, those of you who might have watched, have live streamed it, can use it. If you have any feedback, please get in touch with us, and also thanks to my wonderful colleagues at Justitia and the Future Free Speech Project who have been working tirelessly on this, especially Natalie and Søren, who have been working on it for weeks. So thanks a lot to you guys, and enjoy the rest of your day. Also want to, of course, acknowledge those of you who have traveled to this conference from abroad, some of you from the US and elsewhere. Thanks a lot for spending your precious time with us. Thanks a lot.